Yo, yo.
Hey, Hoodie Wooly, what's up?
I just, I, man, I have no patience today.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
oh
I'm
yeah.
in, nah,
Exactly how you feel.
I'm in unk mode. I woke up with my Bluetooth earpiece in, and I ain't got time for foolishness. I ain't got time for none of that shit. Trying to get my day started. Yeah. I have no patience this morning, man. uh, yeah, yeah. How you doing?
Fine.
Okay.
I had a good morning with the baby. I woke up in the early in the morning, and then I put the baby in the stroller, and I'm like, let's go grocery shopping, baby. And then I got to the grocery store at like 6:45, and I'm like, hell yeah, I'm doing an early morning. And then I'm like, this fucking place only opens at 7. I'm a fucking moron. So then I went on a slightly longer walk with the baby, and got some essentials.
Yeah, you know what? That'll calm it down. The chilling with the baby would probably increase the capacity
Yeah.
for foolishness,
And
at
then
least somewhat.
and then I fed the baby, and then I kissed on the baby, and when held him up and go wow, woo, woo, wow, woo, woo, and all that stupid shit.
Yep.
And then I hopped on Twitter, and I'm like, yo, what? Have you fucking played Multiverses since it came back to life?
I'm I'm good on that,
Yo, what the
fam.
fuck
I'm
happened to
good
that
on that,
fucking game?
man. Um, I so it seems like okay. I
It's
I'm
no.
like, but it's like it's easier to go, oh, now forget that shit forever because of the fact that it got so much worse. Like it's almost like a relief because it's like I don't have to be like, oh,
It's
what's going on over there.
it's
There's
baffling.
like the way it went away was so weird, and that was all a huge like, okay, you could have announced this better, but whatever. If it comes back and it's an improvement and things are better, then sure,
I
we'll
think
see
my
what's happening.
takeaway at the time
But
was like it wasn't that it was announced improperly, is that it was
oh,
like a
yeah,
lie.
because and the essentially people who bought stuff was like, well, what about the shit I bought, etc. You know, but like if you were just more transparent about the fact that it's like, hey, this didn't reach the numbers we were hoping for. There were the WB is bringing it back in. They want us to take it back into the shop for a rework. We got to relaunch this so they can make more money because it's free
We're
to
gonna do a
play
new engine.
and so on and so forth. And just if you just were just straight up about a lot of that shit, it would have been negative, but it wouldn't have been as negative. Whatever.
Like I'm checking it out, and we're on our 5th Iron Giant Infinite since the
Sure,
relaunch.
sure, yeah, yeah.
The game, have you physically seen it with your eyes?
Just clips of those bugs.
Okay, so I was like, I must be mistaken. So I took a look and watched like because we took a little bit to set up, so I watched like 10 minutes of a guy playing it, like a Smash Bro guy, and the game's running at like 50, maybe 60% game speed.
Oh, it's way slower. Yeah.
It's
Mhm.
like half speed. It looks like it's running in slow motion.
Yeah, I saw the infinites and the bugs and shit, and then yeah, Reggie was pointing out to me. He's like, yeah, the speed has gone. He's like, is that because someone that's like on the production team is like, oh, this game is like slow it down so that other people can play it, or like like were they instructed from on high to change a lot of these things, and that's why it's becoming this weird
Apparently that was due to
thing.
feedback.
you know and then the currency decisions where it's like, oh, the only currency you're earning through fights is like
For
the
perks.
perk currency. Exactly, the cost of unlocking characters has doubled for in some cases.
It's quintupled in some.
Right, and just like it's like this is just an overall worse product.
It runs
You
worse.
took time to
Also,
bring it back to the kitchen and make it worse.
I
um
also I dug a little deeper and discovered um people complaining about phantom inputs,
oh no.
like shit is coming out that they didn't input, like just straight up.
Okay.
And um saw somebody break down what is actually happening. For some reason, Multiverses has a 30 frame input buffer for every move.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So it will buffer 30 frames worth of inputs.
Jesus Christ.
And then just bust them out the instant it can.
That doesn't. So wait, is it really an engine switch? Because that's what that's.
Yeah, no, it's Unreal 4 to Unreal 5.
Okay, it is
a benefit to no one.
It is a complete engine switch, and a million like weird issues associated with that being found. That would make sense for where all these stupid things that weren't happening suddenly now happening are coming from. Yeah, I think like the one thing was like, oh well, there's that taunt where the Batman who laughs says to Black Adam, oh, weren't you supposed to change the hierarchy of power or something? And it's like, you got your jab at The Rock for forcing them to market Black Adam all over the front of that game alongside the Gremlin. So yay. You got your jab.
I've never seen a game just become like way worse. That's not true. I probably have. I just can't remember.
This is a sterling example. It's really wild to be like it went back in, took its time, and came back out worse for it in every conceivable way.
It's
on the microtransaction way, on the gameplay, in a gameplay way, in terms of old characters that used to work now not working. Speed wise, it's baffling. It's so insane. And then to find that of
way
course
less stable. Like as a application, like it's just
and the thought was like, we need to make this launch in a way that is going to be the big, because it has to be a gas game, a free to play game that is like I'm sure in their heads they're like, it has to hit all Smash Brothers numbers and then some because it's free. It needs to become a platform essentially for every WB like marketing shortcut that they want to take for anything they're releasing. I'm sure that's what they wanted it to be. And like the idea of it coming out and its initial reception was like, oh yeah, okay, this is a you
can put this in the oven for a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. It's a fun platform fighter. The 2v2 stuff is unique compared to they're pushing cruise mode as opposed to pushing 1v1s, and I legitimately had some a good time with it. When I was kind of playing that early version or its initial release, and then the thought it's like, okay, this is now going to go back in to become a huge platform or whatever changes they're going to make to it, only for it to sputter out worse. And like it simplifies and makes it easier, because I'm like, great, I can just focus on Rivals 2 as the platform fighter worth paying attention to right now.
I think Haddock. Do you follow Haddock on Twitter?
No. Hat Talk. Yeah.
Hat Talk. Yeah, I think Hat Talk. Whatever. They'll get back to us at some point how to pronounce their name. But I think they really nailed it. They made a tweet about this a couple days ago, in which they said it feels like part of Multiverses' like plan was to just constantly roll out characters, because WB has just a billion fucking things they can put in the game. But making fighting game characters is super fucking hard and takes forever. Instead, what if it took you 73 hours to unlock one extra character?
I mean, yeah. Hey, grind it all out, and then and then the thing where it's like, oh, people are still complaining that they have to actually play the game. It's like, fuck off with that ridiculous straw man.
If I handed my fucking baby a pile of blocks and took away the fucking cylinder, the square, and the triangle, and left him only with the ball, and he went, I'm like, play with your ball first, idiot.
I mean, look, I already hate just from a TO perspective. It's annoying to me for like multiple systems having to unlock a bunch of shit over time in a way that is like, yeah, annoying for setup purposes. I already hate that on that level. But then just the one where you're like, oh, anytime something has a like, oh, you can do this if you want for free, but the amount of time it takes and the amount of the ever retreating couch is just a bullshit metric. That's like, again, it makes it absurd to anybody that's actually trying to get a couple of characters going. It's like, yeah, this is a lie. This is disingenuous.
So
like, fuck off.
I would say that it transcends poorly made or poorly thought out and goes straight into like active deceit or scam.
You get there pretty quickly.
Well, there's a really my threshold for scam is low.
It's quite low.
But in this case, it's like it takes forever to grind out a character, so you have to buy them, but you can't try out new characters in training mode anymore.
Oh, they took that away.
Yeah. So now you just have to hope you like the character.
My
after you buy them.
My threshold is weird when it comes to free to play games, because it's like your cost of entry means a whole lot of quote unquote expectation and entitlement are like removed, and I mean like literal, I mean correct entitlement. When you pay for a game, you should get game. When a game doesn't have that entry point, there's a whole lot removed there. So I'm like, all right, what are you going to deliver then for whatever's free? And to me, it just seems like I could see a version of the story of what happened here being like, while they pulled it back in to relaunch, and it was they were aiming for some big huge thing. WB was on fire and shutting everything down and firing everybody, and it was all going to shit. So this
we literally dealt with some of that like 30 minutes ago.
Yes, literally. Us ourselves feeling the ramifications of the WB shit show that occurred over the last few months. So I'm sure waves of that must have hit, and like there could have been a point where it was like, release it in this fucked up build state or it's canceled, right? It could have hit a point of like, you have no more time, you have no more money, this needs to start making money right now, and any extra time it's spending in the oven is money that it's not making. Get it the fuck out there. So it easily could have been that.
Listen, it may be undercooked and it may be scammy and feel like shit and have infinites, but hey, get excited for Ruby coming to Multiverses. Did you see that Pickle Rick leak?
Yeah, hard confirmed.
Oh, they should have taken that the fuck out.
Wasn't there something where like, didn't the license revert though, or something like that, where it's like the characters like not lost forever?
I have no idea.
I heard something.
But I don't think Ruby is going to be coming to Multiverses.
Okay, I heard something about there's with Ruby like IP rights. It was a different situation, so the it's not lost forever with RT shutting down or something to that effect. So, yeah, they have their own company that can still do things. It's funny because talking about multiverses, like I remember like at Combo Breaker, I walked by and like stared at a screen where like a top 8 was happening, and like I just squinted and like rubbed my eyes because I didn't know what I was looking at.
What is this?
And but it wasn't multiverses, and like Reggie was staring too, and I was like, oh my god, it's Nick All-Star Brawl 2, and I didn't know. I'm like, there's a character I just don't recognize. Someone was I just didn't know what it was. I'm like, I don't know what cartoon that is. I don't know what's happening. I forgot that this existed, and it made me sad because Slap City, the devs are the ones that made that, and Slap City was an awesome platform fighter.
Like, so last week when we were talking about game journo shit, and you were like, hey Pat, hold that into your heart. Whenever you are like, well, this is your job, how could you not know? You remember that specific bit?
Yeah.
And I just think about like, but I was like, yeah, that would be ridiculous unless it was a fighting game. But then you mentioned Nick All-Star Brawl, and as you were saying it, it took me until the end of you saying it for me to remember what game you were talking about.
What the fuck I was even saying. Exactly.
That thing got buried into hell. Oh my God.
And they, you know, they did another one. This one had voice acting this time, and etc. And, you know, sure, there were some ideas, but it just, it sucks just to release to ghost form immediately, to straight to the grave. It's terrible. And it's like,
just give birth directly into the plot.
And I've every time I bring it up, I'm like, they made Slap City, which has one of the coolest ideas ever for a fighting game, is a button called the clutch button, where as soon as you do a move, you can press this modifier button and it changes your character and whatever they're doing in some particular unique way. You know, whatever the move is, whatever action is happening, the clutch button can change that to something else. And I'm like, that's awesome. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that in almost any genre, really. Just press this button to make what you expect to happen a more fun or wilder variant.
You know, I don't want a better Shoryu. I want a weird Shoryu.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like have your fucking Falcon Punch slide along the ground before it does the 180 version and gets powered up, you know? Like, yeah, anyway, so they had that, and I'm like, that was a fun platform fighter. But honestly, at this point, I'm just like, okay, Rivals 2 is the only one that I'm looking at right now. I'm
going to go look at a video of Rivals 2 right now, because I can't remember. It's polygonal, right?
Yeah, so Rivals of Aether 1 was all sprites, and it was like retro style, and it was like one of the best playing of all of them. And then this time it's 3D, but it feels and plays great and is a lot of fun. And yeah, just the way they build the characters and their skills and the things you're doing in it are just like tight, refined, and unique, you know?
I'm looking at a dog with a laser sword and they got a cape. I'm in.
Yeah. There's the Hyper Light Drifter character, basically. It's like, it's not, but it is. And also the Aether like franchise in general, there's like a card game, there's like all these spin-offs, like they're trying to do stuff with that. So I'm like, okay, right on, you know, respect for that. But anyway, that's fucking weird. You know what else is fucking weird?
What's that, Wooly?
So for some weird reason, the I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream LP we did from back in the day was popping off and getting, people were tuning into that, and it was getting boosted and showing up, and I was like, what?
Okay.
What? Why all this noise about fucking I Have No Mouth now, right? And it was like,
that's like 25 years old at this
point.
It's
a billion years old, right? And it was super, and I was like, okay, what's happening? And it's like literally they like every episode of that just huge spike in views and whatever algorithm, etc. And it's like, what's going on? And I'm like, okay, let me see if I can figure this out. And from and like literally even going over just to take a look at it, and some people and like new people are going up and going like, God damn it, why are they talking over all the cutscenes? And I'm like, yeah, that's how this that welcome to the channel. You know, whatever.
Welcome to 20
fucking
60.
Who knows? But anyway, I was like, where's all this coming from? So then I go to look it up, and I'm like, there's a whole new fandom for I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream that's popping up on like Twitter. And then I'm like, hold on YouTube? Yes, now? And like people, and there's like fan art associated with it. People are drawing like fan art from like the book to the game. And it all seems to have started like 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, what is, no, this is making no sense. What is happening? I need to dig.
Because of the AI or the TikToks?
And so that's where you're like, okay, is TikTok gonna help here? And like the problem is that you could, like with TikTok, if something's happening, it's harder on that platform to get to the bottom of the epicenter of something that pops off or so. But just like in the noise, it's like Twitter, I can't parse it out because it's just like they're fan arts and hashtags, but there's no source. And then eventually there was a YouTube video that was like, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, the game or the story that inspired the amazing digital circus. And I was like, Oh, wait, what? That other
Oh
thing?
my
That
god.
new cartoon that's like online that all the kids are into that new
Oh
thing,
my
right? It's like,
god.
yeah, that's thing with the little like clown girl and like the that looks like Marks from Kirby and stuff. And it's like, oh, what's happening here? And it's like apparently the Amazing Digital Circus, the new like YouTube thing that's popping off, has some heavy inspiration that it took from that, which has led to a massive popularity increase. And then someone or somewhere, some videos were made pointing out these references, which led a bunch of that young new fan base to go back to look up everything related to IHNMAIMS, including finding the old LP and diving into it because like they're trying to draw the connections, and that's why everything related to I Have No Mouth is now blowing up. It's so weird and baffling. I'm like, what the like this weird little cutesy fucking clown shit and Harlan Ellison's Am are connected, I suppose now. And you know, we're seeing again fan art for Gorister and Ellen and like, and it was hitting in a way where I'm like, the way this like fan art it looks like this would have been like a almost the way like a fan art and like stuff would pop up on like Tumblr back in the day, right? So I'm like, this like it has a Tumblr-ish vibe to it. So I'm like, what is that exactly? I'm like, oh, it's because of it's directly from the fan base of Digital Circus or so. And yeah, that is a like not on but would have been a Tumblr fandom style thing.
So like I see the connection. I can see why somebody could make a YouTube video based off of, or TikTok, like the Digital Circus is inspired by I Have No Mouth and I'm a Screen, but like for that to trickle down that far is strange.
Yeah. I just it's weird because I'm like, there's stuff like that where I'm like, I don't know, I haven't seen it, but it has a particular energy to it. And Homestuck had that energy, and I've never watched it, but I'm pretty sure Has Been Hotel is also something like that, because it seems to just give that aura off, you know. And I'm sure if I checked it out, I'd probably get what was going on with like why that's such a particular distinct flavor to it. But
Has Been, Hell of a Boss, and Amazing Digital Circus all exist within the same like animation cachet.
It's a thing, right? There's a thing that connects these things. Yeah. There's a feeling that connects these things, and I can only tell by standing and seeing the door and hearing the music from outside the room and being like, yeah, okay, that all goes in the same folder. I can get, and so that has led to this now, and going back through this game, and I'm sure people hitting a rude awakening on some of that content, unless of course the direct references are much more explicit in the Amazing Digital Circus.
It's digital hellscape nightmare, but clowns.
Okay. Clowns in a clussy sense, or in a
no, no, that's no.
Okay.
That's just that thing that people do.
Okay.
Where they like the character and then they just start drawing the character more and more a certain way.
I just keep seeing, my brain keeps seeing Marks, the Kirby villain. You know, it just
well, that's an old-fashioned type of clown.
It is, but like the face and the big eyes and the little jester hat, you know. Anyway, yeah, there's an autocorrect that keeps happening whenever I see.
They
that
all
girl
live in this space that feels like, what if Newgrounds was a movie studio?
Sure. Yep. 100%.
Like what if those like people making Flash animations had the resources to blow them up into what they actually wanted them to be the whole time,
and then release straight to YouTube, I guess.
Yeah.
Right. That's the thing too, right? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, I Have No Mouth in 2024, getting play. Man, I can't wait for like like fucking like 30-40 years from now, just like, why is the cat lady blowing up? You know, what's happening? Like, huh? Tormentum? What?
Well, the cat lady's blowing up because of some kind of British scandal with cats.
Yeah.
I gotta watch fucking Smiling Friends.
Just based on
I've watched all of Hell of a Boss, and I'm somewhere in Has-Been, I forget where, and I saw the first episode of Digital Circus, but for some reason I haven't seen any of Smiling Friends.
I haven't either, and I would chalk that up
despite
to like
the fact that we'll be on it next week.
Okay.
Oh, you're not. Smiling Friends is in some ways defined by people from our era of YouTube just appearing on it.
Oh, okay. Is
like Nostalgia Critic was on there last week.
Oh, and
fucking
Plinkett did a voice, right?
Yeah.
Right, early on. Okay.
Yeah, Mike Stoklasa is there in the pilot.
Mm-hmm. I just seeing the art style in screenshot form is fucking wild. But hold on, that's airing on like Adult Swim and stuff, right? That's where.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so yeah, anytime something is airing on Adult Swim up here for Canadian purposes, it's
Joel Haver was in it this week. Okay, well there you go.
Then it's not gonna. There's no TV to switch on to an Adult Swim here in Montreal, no. So I'm gonna have to seek it out and find it and watch.
You'll have to somehow. Mm-hmm. Figure out how to watch this digital broadcast.
Well, fortunately, when I decided to do that with Fallout, it was quite easy.
It was.
I watched the first episode of that.
Oh, you finally got around to that first episode.
Yeah. Mainly because Punch Mom was away for a while, but now that she's back, we're like, okay, let's do it.
So, first episode.
All that happens is they introduce the three main characters,
mm-hmm.
and just kind of, I guess, set up the setting. Nothing. It's funny how much
you didn't get a really strong taste of the Ghoul-Ussie yet.
I mean, the Ghoul is a badass. He comes out and he does his thing, and and frees himself. But it's interesting to watch this, knowing. Not playing the games, having the intro of one of them from doing QA evaluation on it, and then otherwise having just outside understanding of the setting. It's interesting to watch, where I'm like, okay, I don't know the details of any of these things, but I'm like the fucking Adventure Time cat. That's like, I'm like, I have approximate knowledge of many of these things. Mm-hmm. Like, oh, those knights, those are the guys on the box.
You have like very base general osmosis from culture.
Yeah, those knights are the guys on the box, and they're the cool suits of armor that the game markets the first games market themselves on. Then you've got your like vault tech stuff going, but they haven't introduced any of the like weird vault story stuff where it's like, oh, there's infinite vaults and they all have batshit rules going on inside of them,
right?
Which is, I'm sure that's a pretty good hook for any setting, really, because post-apocalyptic, you can do that in a lot of different ways. Straightforward Last of Us is one, Death Stranding, Genius Kajumbo is another, but here it's like, oh yeah, you've gotten the vault gimmick is like a solid evergreen. What the fuck's happening inside there? We have no idea.
And on top of that, you have your faux 50s.
Like time stopping in the past is also a nice aspect to it. I guess I'm like seeing how it's sort of set up. It's always been curious because I'm like, I don't know. I realized watching the show, I don't know how serious versus goofy it takes itself. I feel like
it runs the entire gamut.
I feel like it's always been predominantly goofy in my brain, with then sudden moments of, oh shit, right? Is kind of the expectation. But like everything about little Pip-Boy and Nuka-Cola and all the little like the irony of the ads and stuff, or like how seriously to take it if they have an episode opening a vault and then a bunch of dudes named Gary show up,
So I said it runs the whole gamut, but somebody in the chat actually said it much better. It's a coin flip. there's not actually a whole lot that exists in the direct middle. It is actually like oscillating wildly between serious drama and complete tomfoolery.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like a Dragon-esque.
Okay.
And the reason why that is Fallout 1 is predominantly serious, and Fallout 2 introduces a bunch of fucking zany shit.
Okay.
And then after that, the game's like kind of wanted to have both, so you just ping pong between the two things.
Okay. Because like in the middle of the big horrendous Raider raid shootout in the first episode, you get a very clear punchline of "Get out of here with that flan cake," and then it gets shot, and then they get shot, and you're like, "Whoa!"
Then they get the gun in the mouth,
and you're like, "Oh, this is funny, rough, goofy, black humor." Okay, black humor.
Yeah,
got it. Eyeball, everything getting stabbed in the eyeball happens, but like happens more than once. You get an eyeball stab. Yeah.
So I had this feeling watching the first episode, and I wanted to give it credit, but I can't accurately do so because I already know everything from those games. But you don't, so you can perfectly answer this question.
But you didn't know these characters and their adventures and what they were up to.
No, because they're brand new.
You're just the settings, yeah.
Yeah, no, all the setting details, and that's what I'm talking about, which is a lot of video game adaptations have like this thing in them. Like I think Last of Us was good about this too, but they have this tendency of like holding up a fucking item in front of the camera and going, "This one's from the game. Do you get that this is from the video game?" And I felt that Fallout's first episode did an adamant job of getting an absolutely stupid amount of in-game mechanics and itemology in there without going, see, it's video game shit.
They did, and I felt it, but I also, it's like if I were the type of dude to stop and grab Punch Bomb and be like, "That's the bobblehead of the little mascot, and oh, that's the syringe that heals you, and oh, the Pip-Boy on the arm is the interface to let," then it's like, yeah, okay, every 2 seconds you'd have one of those. I mean,
their set people went crazy with background shit.
I would even imagine, I could just also imagine the gun she was using, with the needle. Yeah, like it felt like everything was like, oh yeah, that's probably a game thing, sure. But like I guess it all lingered for like a half second, and then you move on with it. But coming at it with, again, no real foreknowledge whatsoever, it was like, oh yeah, immediately immersive. And then I have, again, the tangential. Punch Mom had 0, and it's like, oh, the premise of this setting is interesting right away. Post-apocalyptic, people stuck in these vaults. What's going on outside? Who knows? It's a mystery. And it's funny because, like, for her, it's almost like a more of the vibe is more of like an Attack on Titan, like what's outside the walls kind of energy, like, oh shit, there is a surface. Oh my god, how bad is it out there? Versus some like, oh yeah, I've heard about the weird mutants, and I've heard about the weird groupings, and you always happen across a different bunch of people surviving in fucked up ways, and yada yada. So the potential of the unknown insanity of the surface or what's inside the vaults is a huge like grab for anyone who knows nothing about the setting.
And at the same time, for somebody who does know a little bit inside of the setting, what is inside any particular vault is a similar grab.
I say Attack on Titan, but it could be literally any example of a mystery thing where you don't know what I could be talking about the fucking cube. Remember the Cube, the movie? Like, why are they in the cube? It could be any mystery thing about, like, we don't know a big detail about the setting and why that's there.
Oh, they just let anybody make movies back in the day.
Right? Huh? What the fuck is Gantz? Why is the man in the ball? I don't know. Guess I gotta sit here and read until we find out. Holy shit, it's been a year. What's happening? It's been 2 years. There's vampires now. Aliens. What's the ball about?
Blackface? Wait, isn't Gantz the blackface?
Blackface, detailed, very, very detailed blackface.
I saw that manga panel and it was like immaculate.
You're okay, white boy. Yeah. Blackface for mass shooting purposes, which is ultimately the, like, that is you would probably want to go whiteface for that type of crime, just based on the, I don't
know what my brain was trying to say, but like,
all right,
you said blackface for mass shooting purposes, and my brain went, that's the last thing you should be using blackface for. Like, no, what is that? What is
yeah.
Regardless.
Yeah. I'm reading your mind on that one. That's okay. Yes. There was it was very weird. It was very weird. And it was also like really long. It was like that entire volume was like a silent volume of just watching people get shot. It was pretty fucked up. Anyway, but the point is that I don't know what's happening in the setting. There's a big mystery to hook your brain in, and in this case, you know, if you have no foreknowledge, and the show is incidentally doing that, so that's pretty good.
So the Fallout cultural osmosis is relatively tame on you right now. How do you feel walking into a television program knowing you got there after all the freaks attached themselves to the ghoul? Like, you're walking in knowing that there are a legion of insane ghoul fuckers out there. There's one right over there, like 50 feet that way.
Yes. So, and which like, yeah, and I did promise thoughts on the matter. However, he's had one scene, so
he doesn't get a whole lot.
You know, he's had
other than he comes out of the ground like the devil.
Yeah, he comes out like Brandon Heat beyond the grave, and he cowboys, and I'm like, that's cool. But I don't. I have no preconceived notions about what we're gonna watch or where we're gonna go, but I will have one, and that is whenever there is a bucket on the ground in front of him and a lady like, kneeling by the bucket. There will be one preconceived notion that will come to mind, and then I will continue to have no preconceived notions. That's the only one. That's the only one.
Hey, did you watch The Shield?
No, but I heard it's very good.
Okay, the reason I say that is because Walton Goggins plays the ghoul, and he also played Shane in The Shield.
Okay.
And he also plays a character in a TV show that me and Paige watched the first season. We've discovered that if we stay up late enough, the baby just passes right the fuck out. And then we can watch a TV show. So we watched Danny McBride's TV creation. You're familiar with Danny McBride.
Righteous Gemstones?
The Righteous Gemstones.
Oh, God damn it. Yeah.
Adam Levine and John Goodman.
Okay, yeah.
And of note is Walton Goggins playing Uncle Baby Billy.
Okay. So I've seen Eastbound and Down, and it's one of the greatest. That's an all-time classic for fucking, you know, for Mount Rushmore. But I haven't seen Righteous Gemstones, but I've heard a lot about it, and just every time I hear a bit about the insane, like, just it's a full piss take on business Christian televangelists, right? Like, it sounds infinitely up my alley. I super want to go watch that.
So you're familiar with Danny McBride, right?
Yeah.
So Danny McBride is a weird Hollywood actor in which he somehow manages to play his own character in whatever the fuck movie he's in every single time.
Mm-hmm.
He always plays that fireworks guy from Tropic Thunder going, hell yeah, brother, and blowing everything up.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be a mullet guy. So whether you're Kenny Powers or Rex Kwon Do, you know, type energy shit, like you've got to be mullet energy the whole time. He knows his deal.
Righteous Gemstones is televangelist preacherism in the universe that guy comes from.
Okay.
That everyone to some degree is Danny McBriding all over the place. And it's fucking weird. It's like, I didn't expect so much of the laughter me and Paige to have to be uncomfortable, weird ass, what is this shit laughter.
Have you
like
seen
just like
have you seen Eastbound and Down?
I have not.
Okay. So that's him doing that character as a baseball man.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's that's the energy. It's incredible every time. It's literally like it's one of the funniest shows ever. I'm dead serious. Like it's super good. So this is not surprising in the slightest.
Everyone is great in it. Of particular note, me and Paige are like, there's the sister Judy who, when she showed up on camera, I'm like, something about this woman makes me feel weird. And as the show continues, like I am like physically uncomfortable whenever this character is on camera. She makes me upset. And Goggins as Uncle Baby Billy, who is like a 90-year-old fucking man with because Goggins has a super thick Southern accent. Just like South preaching all over.
So, like, Danny McBride is one of the actors, I would say, that he's one of the people that has a PhD in trailer park energy.
Oh, yeah. He sounds like American Ricky.
So that's like, yes, right? It is like trailer park energy is a very particular thing. It's a flavor, and he is a masterclass in that wherever he goes. So that, I fucking can't wait. Incredible.
And also, we're on the second season. Both of the seasons that we've watched also feature like a really heavy like mystery element.
Okay.
That I didn't expect. That is actually really fascinating.
Yeah, I mean,
it's fucking great.
There's just,
you should watch that shit.
Yeah, I know. I really want to, because I mean, it's just such. It's also like a source material that's just so ripe, so rich to pluck from. You know, like the other day, I was just quoting the fucking, what was it? The like, oh, so hey, pastor, are you calling your congregation demons on the planes? Then that's why you don't want to take a plane that's a public flight. And it's like, well, you know, Nick Cannon made that plane so affordable, we had to buy it. And they just like literally just like the evil of whatever the fuck that dude's name is. Not not Pat Robertson. What's the fucking, anyway.
I don't know these fucking people's
names.
He's
the like literally just a devil, like you can hear Satan inside of this dude, televangelist, and like he's getting called out at his house as he's getting into a car, and they're like, hey, why do you fly private everywhere? And why, and like, what's your deal with like taking everyone's money and spending it on these private flights when, you know, you could be using this for whatever other purposes? And it's like, did you really have to spend all the money on this? And he's just justifying.
Oh, right. Yeah, that guy. I know the.
Yeah, and it's like, Jesus would have flown private, clearly, you know, and it was so affordable, I had to buy it. And it's like, why can't you just fly, you know, around with everybody else? And it's like, there are demons on these non-private, on these public planes, and I can't be up there in the air with these demons. It's like, are you calling people demons? And he's like, well, now hold on, you caught me off guard now.
I think nothing sums up
Copeland,
the tone
Kenneth Copeland
of the show. Always like, it feels like a roller coaster that's just teetering over to the side, and it, like the show's like about to fall apart in its own nonsense at any given moment. And I think that the best thing I can mention is that in season 2, here comes Eric Andre.
Oh, yeah.
As a fellow mega preacher.
Yeah.
And he's not Eric Andreing all over the place.
Okay.
But his physical presence on the screen makes me like low-key anxious that something bad is going to happen.
Man. Yo, prosperity gospel. God damn, what a grift, man.
Like he's just running the Black Scientologist skit as a character.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm this is infinitely of interest. And like, well, I mean, I'm sure, like, I'm sure that with the trashy, hilarious energy is funny, but I'm like, but there's that level where you're like, I'm sure, just whatever's happening behind closed doors with those type of people is like the most like actual ritual sacrifice. I'm sure,
Oh yeah.
just full on. Like, you want to talk about like the fucking adrenochrome type
You
insane
know what's going on
conspiracy?
behind the scenes, Wooly, is a bunch of car pranks.
Okay, all right.
There's a fucking sequence in which a massive car chase and car crash is attempted to be explained away by, oh yeah, those are the guys I do car pranks on. Yeah, we love it. As they're like dragging themselves out of a burning wreck.
Man,
Like that's just great.
yeah, passing around a collection plate with a fucking tap and a swipe for your card connected to it. Shit. Yeah. Okay. I gotta watch that for sure. Cool.
Oh, what else you got going on this week, man?
Yeah. So besides checking out Fallout 1, which
Fallout 1?
episode 1, Fallout episode 1.
That's different.
Yeah. Also, maybe I couldn't quite read the Maximus like interrogation scene completely. It's like, oh, he was really badly lying? Are they just stupid and they bought it, or were they like, hey, we kind of like that you're mischievous and probably bad and we want you?
Was he lying?
I don't like. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
all right, fair enough.
Yeah, no, that was the correct read of the scene. Is I can't read the scene.
I can't read the scene. Felt like correct. Yeah, good. All right.
Because like me and Paige, so I watched the whole show, and then Paige watched it with me, and we both had the identical experience with that scene of like, oh my god, he's like the worst liar ever, and they're like letting him get completely away with it, and then like 10 minutes later, we're sitting there going like, but wait,
was he? Yeah.
Was he lying?
Yeah. There's enough plausible deniability between that and him, and then Dane later talking about it. And then the other thing I guess I do is like, oh, my brain also tells me that walking around with the dog, that's a main character, right? So
that's a
because you get
you mean the dog or the guy walking around with the dog?
No, I'm saying like in Fallout, you walk around with a dog, right?
Yeah, well, you always get a hold of a dog at some point.
Yeah, so I'm like, oh, there's a dude with a dog they gotta go find. That feels like you gotta.
That's just a thing.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so besides checking that out, I played a good bit of Megaton Musashi W Wired, and this is an interesting one because
W Wired. God, that's awkward to say.
Yeah, because Megaton Musashi is the name of it is the name of the game, but it's also the name of the anime that was made because there was it got adapted to an anime. So I think to distinguish the game that is also being ported from a gacha style setting into a like full online or offline. No, what am I saying? Whatever. You know what I mean? The proper the proper console / Steam release of this thing that used to be a gacha thing. It's got the suffix W Wired.
Yo, this skill tree looks like a nightmare.
So this game, so I all I knew about it going in was I'm like, oh, yo, cool robots, cool fun design, Go Nagai stuff, and some fun send-ups to Super Robot like energy, you know. And I quickly saw the trailer for like 2 seconds, and I was like, okay, yeah, let's just take a look at this, because I also had it brought to me as something that people were saying, yo, this game is a cool mecha thing, and it's getting no attention whatsoever. Nobody knows about it, so it was released with very little fanfare. Seems like it needs all the help it can get. So I was like, all right, let's take a look. And yeah, like right out the gates, you just get this really awesome, like full of, you got this protagonist that's like full of burning spirit, passionate energy, you know, ready to jump in the robot. You know, like I said, if you've got any getter or like Ryoma like energy is kind of like what the pilot's kind of has. You can basically see the hot-blooded anti-Shinji style protagonist who's like takes a punch, dishes it back. He's got a bully that he fucking scraps with all the time, and then the kid with the glasses is gonna come off to the side and be like, yes, of course,
swirly glasses,
you know. Get in the robot, and it's like, wait, like the get in the robot line can't fucking come fast enough, because it's like, wait, what, get in the robot, wait, oh my god, Shinji, wait, what the fuck, he already launched, holy shit. There's a meter that is when you're not in the robot, you're walking around doing 13 sentinels, like walking and talking, and whenever you do something that gets you closer to getting in the robot, it fills up a little meter that says you're almost there, right?
That's pretty fucking funny.
And just so you know how far you are from getting in the robot for the next mission, which I greatly appreciate, because it's like the world is there, you can go explore and talk, but only when you do something that's important will it move up. And the meter, as it goes up, of course, it's not just an awesome thing for like not just LP purposes, because you get to know when your next big story beat is happening, but like it's also syncing up with like revealing more plot, and like as that bar fills up, your character is in game getting really motivated to get the fuck in, so it syncs up nicely, you know, to the point where when you eventually do launch, you're like, oh, let me at him, I can't wait to fucking go get those assholes
to be in this robot,
you know. And the Megaton Musashi is of course a combination of 3 different ships, so like you and your 2 other partners all Gatai together, and you've got your fucking X strike, and you've got your giant rocket punch, and you've got all the trappings, you know. What's also interesting and unexpected going in was like, okay, so you've got the action game itself, which is like very basic run around third person.
Looks kind of SD.
Yeah, the proportions, they're not really SD, but they are kind of cute. They're not completely human proportioned. And yeah, the combat seemed pretty simple, but it's like you can switch between a bunch of weapons and get a bunch of powers, and it seems like a good amount of customization will take the place of particularly in-depth combat. Very similar in simplicity and options to the Grand Blue Relink game, right? You're not getting that from not too long ago. It's like, it's not super duper in depth with its combat, but it's doing what it needs to. The basics are there. You can combo, launch, dodge, do a special, have some basic fun with it. And then and then you've got your walking around, again, plot stuff, and that even the walking around the city stuff looks pretty good. Character designs are quite distinct. Everything about the art style is strong, and you know, every line is voiced. Every NPC you talk to is voiced, and I was like, whoa, that's really cool. And then
that's still impressive, even after all this time.
And then at random, you will like walk into, you know, like a plot moment, and then like it'll just switch over to full animated anime cutscene. Like we're watching a Super Robot TV show now, and then back into one or the other, you know. So everything is just like really really awesome. Like starting out with just switching back and forth between all those things. It does take a while for you to get back to that gameplay, although you can go train around in an arcade machine. But you know, the onboard is certainly like about an hour and a half before you get back into the robot after the first little mission you do. The game is called Megaton Musashi W Wired, to repeat it again. And
what an awesome name. There had to have been a better name available.
I think Megaton Musashi is an awesome name.
I totally agree.
I just think that the extras they put there because they didn't want...
I think W Wired is really hard to say.
Yeah, and I think that's there because they didn't want it to be confused with the anime, which is just called Megaton Musashi. So they did something, you know. They could have just said the game, you know, but anyway. It's a re-release, and there's other features, and so there's a bunch of stuff too where when I picked it up, I was like, oh, there's a ton of DLC here. Oh my god, there's a lot. Whoa, this is a almost dead or alive fucking bikini level of little purchases, knickknacks, doodads, and you can buy like
I gotta go look at this.
and it's like you can go.
Holy shit!
You can buy like VTuber voice COs, including Corone. So I was like, okay, let me grab Corone, grab that for Reggie, and I guess we'll see what that becomes. But that's a lot going on there. And then
2 friends own this game. Huh. You're not the only crazy person on my friends list.
and then you get a bit further past a lot of that the stuff I was describing. You get that first mission or so, and then you get out of that first mission, and then you get hit with a daily login bonus screen on while I'm holding a controller, looking at my PC game, and I was like, huh, okay. And up to this point, you've been picking up multiple currencies, and you're like, okay, yeah, some of these are for unlocking some stuff, and there's some parts and customizing, which, sure. Are you frozen again? It seems you are.
Yeah, don't worry about it. This is perfect. Just keep talking about what you're talking
Great.
about.
Okay. Pat is frozen with his hands on his face.
This is way better than what I could be doing.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. And then you're getting your currencies, and then it's like you can customize by going into the garage though, and you unlock a lot of parts, rarities and such that resemble Transformers weapon unlocking, for example. It's like, okay, there's the same weapon,
yes,
but the yellow version, there's the purple, there's the extra rare, etc. This one has a slight stat increase on that one. I go, okay, I don't really care that much for that. But it is always fun to jump into a Armored Core style garage and like switch out an arm, put a new arm on with a cool part, and let's change the colors on it a little bit, put a little decal there. Yeah, customize your robot, right? Because that's a big part of like what's fun about these things too. And play with your toy, rotate it, see the angles. So I'm like, okay, that's cool, I'm in. You got your pilots and such. Couldn't access my Corone voice for a while. Still have to complete some more missions before that, but sure. And again, it wasn't too cheap either.
I gotta say, you really fucked up. You could have had Jin Banyan from fucking, what is this fucking thing? Yokai Watch?
The Yokai
cat?
Watch, the little Yokai Watch cat is there. Yeah. And
you can't escape that freak. I have friends of mine who have that mount in the fucking FF14.
But when I boot a game up and I see right off the bat they've got a Yokai Watch tie-in, they've got Combatler tie-in, they've got Corone, and they've got Getter and Mazinger. It's like, oh, this is a gacha game that has had multiple. Oh, there we lost him. Let's try to get him back. BRB.
Oh, I'm alive. I can move again.
Awesome. Great. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck Discord's doing, man. That's anyway.
Yeah, your Discord has been fucking for like 3 weeks now.
It's shit's updated. I don't know. Anyway, but
you remember when that camera shit happened to my Discord for like 2 months, 3 months, and I just could never figure it out, and then it just stopped.
Then it just stopped.
I never ended up figuring out the problem.
Yep.
Wasn't that awesome?
You'd connect, and then it would die, and then it would just sick. Anyway, so you get the impression that you're like, oh, with all these guest characters here at launch, this is a gacha game for sure that had a bunch of events. There was a Yokai Watch event at some point in the past, and now
there was the fucking Corona events,
and so now you're getting all of that just available in post, as you pick the game up and such, But I'm like, okay, my spirit dies a little when I see a daily login screen because it's just not what I want video games to be, and I get it. If you do and you're used to that, that's fine. I hate it. And same for multiple currencies, same for rarities increasing for little pickups. I don't get excited when I see the same weapon 5 times and you have to break down 4 of them and keep the best one.
Right up until you said the weapon part, I'm like, you mean like fucking Street Fighter?
Yeah, no, it's everything now. It is everything, and the more you put that in things that didn't have them, the better monetization you get. So
I woke up this morning and played some Street Fighter 6, and it was like, hey, make sure it's the anniversary, get your drive tickets. I don't give a fuck about that shit, man. Give me my matches.
Yeah, but I'm also 10 years ago the person that's complaining about fucking DLC shit and battle passes and things like that, when it's like, okay, well, that's just accepted to be part of the game now, right?
Well, I think the difference is that for all of this is that you were right to complain then. And you're still right to complain now.
Yeah, but it's just
you're not wrong. Like,
no,
you're literally correct.
But we've just gotten used to it, so that whatever. We've been the pot and the frog in the pot has withstood the temperature as it's increased. The earliest thing about like Brood War was not a quarter of the Mona Lisa carved out. It was actually a separate thing. Is still stands, and for a good campaign, when it's like it is genuinely extra, like that is that's okay if it's an expansion and such. And of course, because of how expensive and long games take to develop nowadays, you can't start development after the release, so you have to plan that stuff in advance. So all of these things, I get how we got here. I understand the decisions that led to this shit. The point is that when I see a daily login bonus, I'm like, okay, all the things all the games that I don't like this on have this thing. So I hate seeing it here. I hate collecting all of these parts and these things, because I know that all of this is meant to play on rarity, desire to not experience FOMO, collectible, whatever, like little hooks and things in your brain that lead to you either spending time or money, preferably money, to get rid of the annoyance, right? The whole point is to hook you in with shit that's going to get you to spend extra. And I'm like,
it's weird because this is a gacha game that got turned into a real game, but it still has a daily login.
And this is where you can think about when I played Mega Man Cross Dive offline. Right. It's like, oh, that game that was like, I just want a Mega Man game, and it's got a bunch of characters and stuff I'm down to check out. Okay, cool. Took the thing, turned it into a real game. Okay, I'm okay with the gacha game turning into a real game and packaging that later, but it still has all those gacha isms. And every time you hit those, it's like, oh, that's just a fun stopper. And so, I'm like,
I mean, you can fucking, you can put anything you want in a baseball field, but it's still going to be the size and shape of a fucking baseball field.
It is. It's just, usually like things like unlocking progression and bonuses and stuff like that, like if that is gonna feel like, hey, to unlock fucking Zero, Dante and Virgil 0 and X, you're gonna have to go through this event at this thing, and you're gonna have to get these particular currencies. You're gonna have to go to and then you also can spend that currency powering yourself up by making each buster shot 0.2% more powerful. And you're just, it's like I just, that is like, I would hate that in any format, but knowing that it came from one that is just like, you're trying to get me to spend on micro here, makes it extra frustrating because it takes the fun out of rewards, right? So all this to say that, you start to see more and more of that. And I'm like, okay, but I loved the start of this game so much. It was so cool. Let me just ignore that stuff, right? Which I tried to do with Cross Dive. I was like, okay, if I just ignore these currencies and just play, it should be all right, hopefully. Let's see. And then you hit another tutorial where you're like, here's where you buy your new moves and your new skills. So it's like, oh, cool. It's going to be a tree. but it's then you're like, that skill is way over here. How do you unlock? How do you get to it? You're gonna have to do a whole lot of 4% tweaks, 2% tweaks to get to it on your big sphere grid thing, and you're using the currencies. And I'm like, whoa, okay, zoom out. How far? Oh my god, it's just this massive thing full of minor build tweaks, in addition to the already tweaked mods you can add to every part of your mecha. So you can already put little mod chips on, and I'm like, oh no, it's happening again. It's happening again. There's like, you've added so much granular customization that it's not fun customizing anymore. It's just tedious, minuscule. But okay, there's a start button and it'll just auto equip chips, right? So I don't have to think about that. Okay, let's just ignore that function and go forward, you know?
No buff should ever do less than 25% more.
I agree. I will even I'm even more reasonable. I'll say double digits. I will accept double digit mods to things to take them into consideration. So, you know, but I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm still liking so much about this. Let's just move past it. And yeah, you get to the next main mission, some cool stuff starts happening, new characters, you have a little fucking go hang out at the school, and it's identical to every Japanese high school in any game or anime you've seen, and you run around that, and, you know, and again, 13 Sentinel-esque, including a aloof character running around chasing a cat that's been programmed to trick character into getting in the robot, like legit, like super for real, like vibes of that, and also like, you know, Ava-esque stuff happening. And
well, you said 13 Sentinels-esque, and like, you know, this is so stupid because it's such a minuscule part of that game, but you know what the most definitive like noise from 13 Sentinels is in my mind? It's pills.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
For me, it's gotta put on a show for Yuki-chan.
Oh yeah,
that line lives in my head for free forever. And Yakisoba Angel, you know, Yakisoba Pan. But anyway, the idea of like all of that stuff back on the main mission stuff is like solid, and you know, the characters are fun and everything there is going great, and it's just like, it's like it's fun to go back and see a little bit more, but it's getting depleted. That fun and energy is being depleted by the gacha, the specter that lingers in the air behind everything you're doing. And you know, if the episodes are coming out now on the channel. So far, we're still having a good time, but there is an air that deflates, unfortunately, by the time we get to the end of that.
Good.
And like, not just me, right? Like Reggie, I'm like, here for reference. You can feel it too. When I took the break, I went on break at 2 hours into the game, like super hyped up, loving it, screaming out the robot lines as they're doing shit, getting amped on the theme song, and just like, oh god, it's all my jam. It's super right up my alley in every way. And I went to break and took and basically was like, when I come back, I'm probably gonna say, yo, we're gonna do a couple more sessions of this. I was legit like, we can do we can play this a little bit more on the channel. I'm very excited to see where this awesome robot game is going. And it was right as I got back that it all started to just compile. And yeah, by the end of the stream, it was like, god damn it, there's a really cool thing here that is being bogged down by the remnants of gacha. And it's not even remnants, because they're still alive and well, but I've also, like, this is not a free-to-play game. I've purchased it. Please, please.
I want to deal with this. My tolerance for this is high at 0. At anything above 0, your tolerance is low.
Once again, the game is called Megaton Musashi W Wired. When I buy the game, I just want you to take all that out. Let that price be.
Holy shit! It's $67 fucking dollars.
Let that money be the thing that gets all of that bullshit out and just gives me a normal game experience.
You were talking about a game that costs like fucking $30. Holy shit, that is outrageous.
And there's over $100 fucking of DLC to buy, and the Corona fucking thing was like $10, and it's just ridiculous with all that shit.
Can't do all of those things all at once.
And I'm like, man, you had me. You had me. I was there and willing. And if the game continued to be what it was initially, I would be happy, you know? I'd have no problem with that experience to continue for however many hours into it. But it fucking just doesn't, man. And like whatever time they could have took to change things around, they just didn't de-gachify it. And I don't think any of these games ever will, I suppose. I got that burn.
Too deep.
I got that burn with Cross Dive, you know? But like looking at it here, it's just like, yeah, I guess if you can, I suppose if you can find your whale, right? If you can find your whale, then that'll be worth it. So keep that shit going in this type of game. But I'm actually willing to shell out the money to pay for a game that I want to play, full of the content like this, to just not have that level of bullshit in its subsystems, and they just don't do it, you know? So, okay, all right. We had this problem here. Everyone stop. I had this problem while I was...
I'm stopping. I wasn't doing anything.
Sorry. I'm talking to audience, listen, all right? I had this problem while
live audience, that is.
And while I was playing the game live on stream as well. I don't know the word for what you think the thing I should be talking about here is. If the word is not gacha, if the word is not freemium, free to play, if it's not... I don't know what the word is, but it's the mobile game shitty thing that is not all mobile games, but the ones that try to get you to pay for micro, that are all the things I hate that regular original console and Steam and shit games don't have.
Live service, that probably covers like damn near everything.
It does, but not every live service game has the daily login bonus, character tie-in, get your microtransaction thing here with the currency exchange rate to do the bullshit obfuscation. Not every game does that, but the ones that do, whatever the fuck that word is, use that then. If it's not gacha, then use that word. Because the point is that it's dark patterns. It's a dark pattern game.
Ooh.
Okay? And I'm sorry if the language is getting up your craw, but like it's a dark pattern game.
I mean, when you're talking like, let's say it's loot drops and therefore it's a grind, but we're talking about a grind that exists in something that used to have microtransactions to mitigate that grind. The reality between that and a slot machine is minuscule.
What is
like the difference between those?
So when I say gacha, you understand that I'm trying to refer to games that gacha games tend to have the things I'm describing. But if that's not the right word, then what is gacha then? Can someone?
Well, gacha just means the slot machine.
It's the slot machine. Is that all that refers to?
Gacha means the gachapon, like, you know, toy box.
Okay,
shit.
So when you twist and you put the coin in, you don't know what you're gonna get out the thing. That's gacha.
That system.
Okay,
specifically.
So when you say
everything else is just live service and shitification.
Okay, now the denotation of a gacha game now is not just the little twist and put the coin in, get your thing.
No, it is. That's your catch-all.
For every mobile game that has a random type of character you can get with rankings and ratings and such.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so dark pattern freemium then, I suppose, is what we'll call it.
I mean, you just say mobile garbage.
Yeah, but then you get the not every mobile game is like that. You can go play fucking...
who gives a fuck? These people who play mobile games.
Okay, well, the problem is when do
They're not real humans.
Sure, but the problem is when do I say who gives a fuck? Do I do it at the level before that step or after?
I think you said that at the beginning of today's show when you said you had no patience.
Exactly. So if the step of you said the wrong word here, that's not the right one to describe it. It's like, oh, so then I'm wrong on the gacha term. All right, I won't use the gacha term. Don't use the who gives a fuck there. So you use the who gives a fuck what on the next level? On the next level, that's the right place to say who gives a fuck? I don't know where I'm supposed to say it.
Whatever, man. It's all good.
Enough. Man.
I think everyone who's played a game on their phone should be quiet forever. And yes, that does include me.
You understand what I'm trying to say. The good, cool mecha game has a bunch of the shitty, stupid mobile shit in it that I paid fucking full price for. And it sucks because the good shit is still in there, but you can't get to it because you have to get through all this annoying shit in the way. And even if that annoying shit is like simplified for, okay, maybe the shop is not the same. Well, no, the shop is there. I just didn't even go to it. Whatever. Even if that shit is like still given to you with like, here's a bunch of free currency to go unlock all these micro stupid purchases with, that's still an annoying thing, right? The concept of taking one of these really annoying style made to annoy you games and putting it as a proper release after the fact should come with a complete rework of its economy and reward systems.
Yeah, you're completely right.
Because it's clear that like the we're trying to annoy you system is like you can get away with that. I can give leeway when it's free. We talked about multiverses a second ago. I'm like, there's an idea of like, I know you're gonna be annoying about this because I didn't pay anything to start playing the game, and that's how you make your money. And you're trying to get whales, you're trying to get FOMO, you're trying to attack the little addiction inside people and make them ultimately fucking, you know, lose control of their ability to purchase and whatever. So I get it, right? You're trying to what the fuck was it called? The Terrence and Phillip fucking whatever fart.
Oh, I don't know what that shit was.
Okay, well there's a stupid phone mobile game thing that South Park did. That's like you're trying to get at that, right? Fine.
So like, I'm gonna hold up my hand for a second.
Sure.
A really good example of what you're talking about that is not a gacha game, like explicitly not, and didn't have a battle pass or anything like that, was Diablo 3 with the live money auction house. I don't know how well you remember that, but basically,
I remember it was a shit show when it happened.
The original version of that auction house was that the game was tuned so that it would intentionally drop items your character could not use to incentivize you to put them up for auction so that Blizzard could make like a penny or whatever the fuck the transaction fee would be off of the transaction of you going to the auction house. And they'd be like, well, it only costs you fucking 30 cents to, but it was supposed to like be a whole system, and that ruined that game on launch. It was goddamn fucking awful. When they decided, when they fired the guy who did that, he was the director and he left. They got rid of him. They then had to do a complete overhaul of every single aspect of the game's itemization, which was a massive amount of work to get all of that like number and statistics and all that shit out and replace it with like the way a regular video game would drop your own loot. And that was a massive undertaking. And I think it took like a year or a year and a half or something like that. What you're describing is not gacha or whatever. You're describing a piece of a system that was built to extract pennies out of people from annoyance.
Yeah.
And then instead of completely remaking that entire section of the game, they just turned off the part where money goes in, and all that shit is still there.
But they didn't, because the part where money goes in is still there. Well then there's a shop that I just didn't go visit, but it's there. And I would further say that the other problem, and this is getting into now we're interfacing with shit that I can't fully understand because it's just not me, is there's elements of loot drops that are like, oh, but this is, some people like loot drop rarity shit.
Some people like that,
right? So when I played Transformers and I saw the fucking shitty stupid blaster that was the purple version, and I'm like, oh, okay, good, that's the one I got to use, sell the yellow one. Like I that's not fun to me. That's annoying. I don't enjoy that.
We are now activating 2 to 5 people on our timelines, and they will be starting to tweet about Stranger of Paradise.
Sure.
In about 10 minutes.
You know, and it's also an aspect of, well, you've talked at length about the part of Neo that you hate, right? And I'm like, I don't blame you on that, because yeah, it is annoying to have a bunch of built up garbage. Could you imagine?
Yes, isn't it? It is annoying, isn't it?
Like, the thing is that the game is so good outside of a lot of that annoying shit that you just kind of you can, for the most part, try to ignore it and get away with that. So I was able to do so. But I think that's kind of where my thing is. I'm like, how much can I ignore this or like automate it with a start button, right? Neo is fucking fantastic. How much of like, could you imagine how spiritually draining it would feel if, like, in Armored Core, when you get your Basho arm, it's just that's the common Basho, and you got to go redo the mission to get the good one, but you don't know the chances of you dropping it, so you got to put on a special use item that works for an hour, that while you play this mission over and over for an hour, then you have a higher chance of getting the better version of the rare Basho arm. Could you imagine how fucking garbage that would feel in the middle of otherwise enjoying this game?
That wouldn't be great.
It sucks. Wooly is absolutely wrong in thinking the money stuff is in it still. Why is there $127 worth of DLC and a shop that is right there on the fucking phone that's...
I mean, I can go
I
look at it
actively
right
was
now.
like, I'm just going to ignore this. I'm trying to enjoy the good thing. What are we talking about then? Is it that the many currencies are no longer associated with buying
I mean,
super
I've seen
currency?
$176.61.
The shop is
DLC
just selling.
available.
The shop is not selling currencies. It's all okay. It's all the cosmetics and it's the bonus characters and the tie-ins and stuff. Got it. Okay, understood. So there's a lot of money they're asking you to spend on stuff that is not currencies. That is just the cosmetics and the bullshit and whatever. That is still exorbitantly, ridiculously priced, mind you. Fair. It's not asking you to buy the money that you're converting into all these points. So all these stupid little currencies even like continue to be in the game just there to annoy you with no actual then go spend money to buy the super currency reason. It's just an annoying factor because that's how the game was originally made then. That sucks. That really sucks. You don't have to buy it at all. Fine. You still have to deal with this stupid amount of... Like, don't defend the shitty part of a really cool thing. Because what's happening in the game that's really cool, I love that stuff. You know, it bummed me the fuck out, man. And now that, like, I'm seeing defense running for that type of shit, now I'm just getting annoyed because it's like,
oh, well,
no.
People will defend anything.
Please. Like, it's very clear that, like, the way that shit started, the people that were making that, like, they got it. They get the cool robot fucking anime, like, that's all awesome. You know, and it's bogged down by this needless
Hey,
track,
actually,
man.
I just saw a really great question in the chat that dives into the heart of this.
It's not defense. It's clarification because you're incorrect. All right, fine. I'm wrong about the store because you don't buy currencies. You only buy cosmetics that you don't have to buy. You can choose to ignore that. I take that. Fair. I continue to be annoyed by the price and the egregiousness of all that, followed by the fact that you still have these annoying systems in the game and none of that is simplified, and the fact that you could have redone this so that you get a simple reward that is perhaps the best for, like, whatever the case you want to do. All these little minor tweaks that you have throughout the game, all these little things that make customizing more granular, more annoying, more just full of all that little fucking bonus login bullshit, didn't have to be there, but yet they are, and they're taking away from the experience of a thing I paid money for. That sucks. That's my point.
You should have refunded it on that break, but it only hit you after you'd already gone for like 4 hours, right? Yeah, that's that face. Hey, so somebody asked a really great question. I believe it was Kaiser. They asked, hey, just quick question for Wooly. Do you view something like Borderlands to be gacha coded or dark patterns or whatever?
I've only played Borderlands at PAX as a demo
right, once. And you never really got into Diablo either, right?
No, so things that you play in the main game, dropping loot. So I'm gonna imagine a game where you kill thing and it drops a random item in a
random pile of shit,
like a Souls-like way. I'm gonna drop that thing dropped a piece of its armor, but there's a chance that the armor it dropped was the good version or the bad version, and there's multiple different colors up from common to rare to
it's about
legendary.
It's about like suffix and prefix.
Okay,
really.
Well, Neo had that, and yeah, I didn't like that aspect of it. I wish that when it dropped the Kusarigama, it was the Kusarigama, and that there could be different Kusarigamas, but I wish that it wasn't the one that was the specific version that's purple glowing with the shit or whatever.
I would say 99 out of 100 times I agree with you.
I love that when you have the matching armor set, there's bonuses for putting it all together. I like that. I think that's cool. But I don't want there to be infinite variations of each thing you can pick up, equip yourself with, and or mod tweak into your slots, and if there's a mod slot. You know, I don't want that. I hate that aspect of things. That doesn't feel fun to me. That feels like needless repetition, rarity, playing off of like, ooh, it's the good one this time. And I'm like, yeah, okay, but it could just be the thing. And that would affect the gameplay, because the whole point is, I guess this is where you get into another philosophy of like whether or not hitting the thing harder with the bigger number popping out versus getting the move set of the weapon is your reward. If I get the weapon that can do a move that I couldn't do before, oh, Bone Fist lets me do a running drop kick? Oh shit, that's cool. Versus picking up a fist that's just another fist, but this time when you use that fist, it makes a big damage number go off, right?
I think that my tipping point here is that despite the fact that they're arguably like the same on like a spreadsheet, I think there is a massive difference in how I feel when I get something. I would rather say I do, because I play FF14, right? Let's say I do something 10 times, right? And I get the thing that I want on number 10, right? Like 1 out of 10 times, right? 10%. I think it actually feels way better for there to only be the thing that I want and I get it 1 out of 10 times than to get functional garbage for the other 9 times that I do it.
Yep.
I kind of actually feel like it's better to get nothing than getting the not good thing when the good thing is over there.
Agreed. I don't think that gambling implementation into your game design usually makes it better. I think most times it makes it worse. There are examples where I can think of where when you're rolling through Vampire Survivors and you don't know what's going to drop next and you can pick from the thing or whatever, there's a randomization element to that. Or rolling through Hades or any like roguelike that gives you a couple options where you're like, oh, okay, the random control element thing here is part of what you're doing. Like I can those are situations there where I think I've been able to enjoy it, but I think there's a bunch of them where I just don't, right? And I would say that like the more the game, like Neo, for example, like the combat is asking a lot of you that's very rewarding in and of itself. It doesn't need to then be bogged down by this other little granular element that adds like a linear, like it adds repetition, it adds replay value, quote unquote. It's not real. It's just grind. I don't think that makes it better. It doesn't improve anything to me, you know? Let me enjoy the content and reward me with unlocking a new piece of content. Don't reward me with unlocking a better version of the existing content I already have. 9 times out of 10, that's where I'm going to go. There's probably examples that you can find and dig where it's like, oh, but you enjoyed this, then that makes you a hypocrite or whatever. Like, yeah, probably. If it was implemented, game design is a very, it goes up and down.
There's game design is really, really awkward because like there's a bunch of rules and then in the asterisk is like, unless you really nail it though, you can break.
Unless you really nail it though, is a weird asterisk that always applies. But yeah, like if Neo's combat was not so fucking awesome, I wouldn't be as focused on that element of it, you know, because I'm like, yo, I'm already fully engaged with your stances, your pulse system, the moves you're unlocking as you branch through each weapon. I like the granularity after the fact of like, you know, everything else. Yeah, or even like Souls, where it's like you have the sword, and from here you can upgrade the sword. You can even possibly make it a fire sword if you want to add to it, right? You can take something you love and keep it going upwards, but like the re-roll randomization aspect of it is just doesn't fucking do it for me, man. It doesn't do it at all, you know?
And it hurts because it's in this package that you would otherwise be super into. The way that I feel about this kind of mechanical obscurification is it feels like, oh man, I'm really enjoying this movie. And then like every 10 minutes, a guy walks over to you and waves his hand in front of your fucking face as you're trying to actually watch or play. And you're like, get, and you have to spend 2 or 3 minutes like pushing him away.
Yeah.
No, okay, now I'm back to the movie.
Well, he's making the game seem genuinely worse than it is. Yeah. For the most part, I liked it and it looked decent. Yes, I did, and that was the case. However, like, especially getting into this now with the extra levels of fucking frustration from this conversation, it's quite annoying. It's quite annoying that that's the case.
I mean, everyone's tolerance for this stuff is like wildly variable. I mean, we've known people who just get to a cutscene and hit fucking start.
What I was about to say is your tolerance for what I'm describing may vary, and I know that as somebody who has, for the most part, been and deliberately out of the things I don't like. I don't get into the things I don't enjoy. I tend to I'm like, nah, that's probably going to annoy me. I'm going to avoid that, whatever. So I know that I have a lower tolerance for that shit. If you have a higher tolerance, you can probably appreciate all of the awesome parts while having the things I'm describing bother you less. But I really, really didn't like them in Mega Man Cross Dive. And here, it was pervasive enough that it bummed the experience out by the end of it. And I think by the end of the last episode of us going through it, you'll hear it. You know, you'll kind of see it in the vibes of what's going on.
Vibes are down.
And I would say that, like, to the point where it deflated my desire to go back in and continue playing. You know, like I was genuinely excited to do a couple more sessions of that. And I kind of don't really want to anymore, and that's how I left feeling.
That's a bummer,
you know. So that's it, and there you go. Here's my proper, healthy, completely impatient day of I'm going to directly talk at chat, and I'm sure that's annoying for you MP3 listeners. I apologize, but in the case of you don't know enough about this thing and you're playing one of these things and it's been a thing for a long time, so you're uninformed. I'm like, okay, then here's what the feeling I'm trying to communicate is, which needs me to play off the wall of people listening to this, because I legitimately am looking for information about something I don't know about. So that's why I'm more than willing to engage at this point with some bullshit.
I love this shit.
Because the feeling fucking sucks. And if you can nail down why the feeling sucks, then great. It'll help me understand how to avoid that feeling in the future.
I feel the same way listening to this as I do seeing people mad on Twitter that the new fucking Fortnite season is a fucking pile of shit if you're one of those idiots who gentrifies their neighborhood when a shot goes off because people are just driving cars through their buildings and killing them. I just got the same emotion right in my chest, which is
yeah. There was an emotion I kept feeling while winding down, which is like, oh no, I'm gonna start running into this more and more in things that I like.
Oh hell yeah, bro!
And I just have to, like, it's just gonna be this grating wearing down of like, okay, how much can I ignore it until eventually you can't, you know?
Oh man, get the fuck ready for Assassin's Creed Shadows, where you're like, hell yeah, Yasuke, and they're gonna be like, pay me $4 extra or Yasuke has no dialogue.
Yeah.
Or whatever insane shit they do with that game.
Yeah, look, Zenless Zone Zero has my attention on the aesthetic design and a lot of those elements, but I will 180 on a fucking dime if that shit pisses
let me
me
tell
off,
you,
man.
I can tell you right now, Genshin and Star Rails, like, let's say gacha mechanization, is exactly the same. Like, it is exactly the same between the two. So anybody who plays either of those games can just, like, you know how Zenless Zone Zero is going to work. Like, it's going to work exactly the same as the other two. The core of it is going to break down on, like, yeah, you probably want to do some kind of weekly thing. Do you find the gameplay enjoyable enough to enjoy that weekly thing? Yes or no? If not, then you'll just bounce right off it.
I mean, if you can sell me a version of the game that's not the free-to-play one, that is just...
What, and not make $400 billion a second? What are you, stupid?
If you could just sell me a priced version of the game that is here is the characters, here is the things you unlock as you move through the story, and all the normal video game shit.
Okay, so Wooly, I bet you... The math on that shit works out to here's your $450 game.
Mm-hmm.
Because the people who wail on that shit wail so hard. We're talking like Saudi prince whaling. We're talking like ruin your parents' lives whaling.
Yeah. So wasn't it Warframe that was the one where like you could just actively ignore everything that you were not that you didn't find cool or you weren't interested in, and then
Absolutely.
put all your time into the one thing, and just
Warframe. You can earn generic ass non-prime Rhino and get a couple of items that like I bet you could get Super Vandal like relatively easily now.
So
and you could just go.
So this is one of the better examples, and that's profitable, right? How bad was grinding in that?
Warframe grinding is fun, but Warframe did have a unethical grinding thing in there. So everything in Warframe was you either grinded it at a vendor, rep whatever thing, to do missions, whatever, or you'd grind out skill points, or you would do random drops out of relics, that kind of thing, right? But there was something called a Riven, which was a mod mods in Warframe that you'd stack them on your weapon. You stack like 8 mods on your weapon and be like extra damage or extra acid damage or whatever the fuck, right? And those were all set. You would build them up, but like this mod always did the same thing. So people would recommend, do this mod for this, blah, 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 and here's how you can go get it. Riven mods were mods that came out of super hard content, and they were completely randomized, and they could do anything. And sometimes what they did was increase the potential of a Warframe war weapon by like 1,000,000 times. And you could trade it between players.
Was that the only way to get them?
Yes. So you could get it randomly, and it was very hard, and you could trade it to other players. And you could trade it to other players for platinum, which is the in-game currency that you pay money for. And so like a significant amount of Warframe's like incoming real dollars was to buy plat to give to people for their busted, fucked up Rivens, so you could get a completely overpowered character. And then that person who got all the plat for it could spend it on micro, cosmetics and whatnot.
Okay. Yeah. It's going to be ever pervasive going forward, man. It's going to happen more and more, and it's obviously just worth it to put annoy you features in, and in some go ahead.
That would be a way bigger bummer if I didn't have 158 games on my wish list right now.
Right.
And like over 60 games on my beat the backlog that people suggested that are nearly universal cool ass indie shit that I'd never heard of, that would take me multiple years to go through even now.
Yeah. It's just that this is the cool one with the specific super robot energy and the
that's the trick. Caring about things specifically.
Yep.
That's the stupid part.
Yep.
Is if you go, man, I love Assassin's Creed and black people. Well, guess what? There's only one. No, there's two. There's 2 games. No, there's 3. Hey, that's pretty good, actually. There's 3 games you can buy. 4. Holy shit. That's great, actually. 2 of them are like standalone games that are like not fucked up. And then the other 2 are standalone games that are horribly fucked up.
Yeah. So I guess if the shit I'm describing doesn't bother you, then enjoy. And if it does, I guess you can go watch the anime, because I heard the anime is pretty good. And it feels as if you spent a lot of your time just watching a lot of that play out anyway. So cool. Great.
You know what my favorite is, dude? You watching the anime does not free you of this conversation. Not necessarily. I remember when I was watching Persona 4, the anime, and they're like, do you want to actually watch the last episode of this show? Buy the Blu-ray for $140. Do you remember? That still
Oh
happens. That still
God.
happens.
Okay, well, assuming it's not on a streaming thing anywhere, but yeah. Oi, oi, oi. Anyway, so that has become the uh um annoyingly hyperbolic experience with this game, and you can see it over the course of the videos. So you can go check them out. Uh, the there's still, I think, a couple episodes going up over on Wooly versus. Um,
Like, before we get too far away from it,
yeah,
I think like we'll talk about this later. Like, I'm fiending to piss real bad, but we'll talk about this in news. But like, Silent Hill is like the ultimate of like, no, stop caring about it. Because you care about the thing with the name, only sorrow will follow.
yeah. Well, it would be a little easier, I suppose, if like Megaton, Musashi, W Wired, like if this, okay, Silent Hill 2 still
This
exists.
conversation would be different if that thing said Gundam on it.
No,
You know what?
no, because this literally has Getorobo and Mazinger in it.
Oh,
like
it does?
it does. Yeah, it does.
Oh,
it's got the
shit.
tie-ins. It's not even that. But I will say this: no matter what Bloober team does, Silent Hill 2 exists.
That's becoming less true over time, actually. I think that's where it's actually fucked. It's like, that's actually not 100% true.
They're taking it away. They're deleting it through from time and space.
It's harder and harder to get every day.
Oh man.
There's no like legal way to play Silent Hill 2 outside of buying it off of eBay and getting a PS2.
The releasing of the remake and the simultaneous delisting of the original type moves.
The original was never listed.
You got it. You got your collection version, I guess.
No, you don't.
Oof.
We won't talk about that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Fair enough. All
right. I'm gonna piss my pants. I gotta go. I'll be right back.
BRB.
Piss time.
Awesome. Great. Cool. So now that everyone is completely understanding and reasonable,
I understood you perfectly, but reasonable, I don't know.
yeah. Well, we did say that this is vibes-based games journalism, did we not? I'm trying to
Yeah.
emit a vibe. I'm hoping that most people were able to catch the vibe, and if you weren't, then fucking too bad.
Hey, you want to hear some vibes-based game journalism that ties into
Let me just
what we were talking about?
I do, but let me just end by saying this week you can tune in over at Wooly Versus on Twitch or on YouTube, where I will be continuing with Yakuza 0. And I'm going to also check out Nightmare Cart, which is now available. That is the Bloodborne cart rename that Bunlith made. So that's going down. And then there's also a game called First Cut Slayer. No, wait, First Cut, which is a weird kind of samurai sort of fighting thing, but also there's like a single player thing in it. So I'm going to check that out too. And of course, going to check out Slayer and Guilty Gear on the Get Into Fighting Games as well. So yeah, should be a fun week.
So let's talk about vibes-based game journalism. So in the live service hellhole that I live in, that I play FF14, right now it's every week on Sunday nights with my buddies, because we want to get a mount. And so you got to run the boss over and over and over, right? And my good friend Vel, who I've known for many years, you beat the boss, you walk up to the chest, you hit the chest, and whether or not the whistle for the mount is in there is like a 10% chance, whatever. And every single time for multiple years, we walk up to that chest, he gets there first and goes, hey, regardless of what's in there.
Okay.
No matter what. And so like 6-7 times a night, I'm like, oh, did it drop? Oh, you motherfucker. And I pointed that out, and he stopped doing it, and I felt so awkward about it that I did it anyway, because it felt weird to not have someone pretend to be excited for the drop even though there wasn't anyone.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to follow here. So someone is lying about finding a good thing in the drop. That's annoying.
That's right. Every time they get to it, hey, oh wow, there. Oh, it's not there. There's nothing. I got excited for nothing.
That's a further. That is watching the loot box click open and seeing the purple thing fly through the sky, only to land and be brown.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. All right. Is that everything for your week, man?
Pretty much. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just it's so annoying. All right, yeah.
Go back and watch it Fallout and Righteous Gemstones. There's no microtransactions in there.
Yet.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Actually, there was because I believe it or I've said this before, but when a show is streaming, I do often go like, oh, can I watch this in Canada? How can I watch this? And I'll give it the real shot. And in this case, it was like, oh yeah, you can watch it streaming on like Prime Video or whatever, but there's commercials. And then there was the like, what's the I don't want commercials button, and then I clicked that, and that was a microtransaction. So I did.
Oh.
I made a $2 purchase to make that go away.
I'm enjoying when I'm watching a show and someone goes, hey, where are you watching that? And I go, I'm watching
yeah. Hulu.
I'm watching on Amazon, I guess.
Yeah. No, I am like I always give it a shot, and the second I encounter resistance.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So, I know it's not a big deal because you are much better at Street Fighter 6 than I am, but Zangief's buffs have had me coast comfortably into Diamond.
There you go.
And it like I remember talking about this like at length last June, in which like I love the game and I think I'm doing okay, but I think the character might be very bad and I don't know what to do with that feeling. And now that the character is buffed and I have sailed a full gem rank higher, I'm like, I was you ever like you're right, but you don't know what to do with it? I'm like, I was right. The character was very bad.
So yeah, well, what it means, the math works out to like every bad decision means hurts you less, and every good decision rewards you more. So that will affect your win ratio. You know?
And it's like, it wasn't me. It was my taste.
God damn it, you're frozen again.
I did deserve those wins.
Well, hold on
if
now.
I was playing Geef with the Geef that I have now,
hold on.
Back then, I would have won.
Did your decision to wake up level 3 get jumped? You know, because if so, you deserve what's coming down on your head.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, God damn it. What the fuck? Okay. This is going to preemptively...
This monster's so delicious.
It's so delicious. All right. We're going to
apples.
Fix this. BRB.
Yeah. Anyway, I am good at fighting games. Yeah.
That's a good balance. Yeah, good balance patch. And he did need it. He did need his tweaks. That much is clear. Though
he scares the shit out of me now.
The idea is certainly that he gets the ability to do an EXSPD to you and melt a third of your bar, no matter who you are. And at any point, if you eat a level 3, that might probably be the game, right?
Yeah, and that's fair.
So that's the most, like, there's nothing in that game, even at his unbuffed state, that is more terrifying than going in on and trying to play footsies with a Geef who has a level 3. That's just the round in one fell swoop decision. So you're balancing around the idea of a character who can melt you in one shot.
So it's really interesting. So I follow Keats on Twitter. So Keats is the creator of Dive Kick, and he worked very heavily on Killer Instinct.
Had a good chat with him at Combo Breaker about
right. He's a good guy, a friend of the show, right? And there's something that I'm very interested in seeing. He has made this opinion known before, and he just retweeted somebody talking about Akuma, in which Keats does not appear to approve of. This character has every tool, but we've balanced him around having low life.
Yeah. He's definitely his philosophy tends to be a bit more let's find the thing that is fun that people who play this character want to do, and make sure that you can always do that and enjoy doing that thing.
So the reason that I find that really interesting is that Akuma can do anything. Akuma can do anything that he wants, but he dies like a bitch.
Swiss Army knife. Yep.
However, I, on the other hand, am very familiar with the archetype of this character has no tools, and in some cases, no answers at all to some situations, but we've balanced them around having a lot of life. And
the one thing, which is a completely
the die button.
The die button, which activates when you stand next to me. Yes.
Yeah. And I wonder how that that feeling like gets across to the idea of like, I don't like characters that can do anything but they're low life versus like, you know, some characters I played, grapplers oftentimes have no options. I played Taker versus New 13. That was a nightmare.
I mean, I think you know, you can look at the KI and see what the specialists all look like, you know, and Guilty Gear has a lot of specialist characters as well, but like Potemkin and Exerd, for example, though, is like a grappler that gets to melt you for standing next to him, but then he just gets all the other stuff too.
Yeah.
Where you're like, but hold on, why can he also do everything? You know?
I think grapplers should be top tier in every game because big people are scary.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Just there you go.
Thank you. I've said
your taste should be the winning pick every time.
Hey, listen, man. It's someone has to say it because we got people out here with grappler slander all over the fucking place. Everywhere I look, grapplers aren't fun. Nobody likes grapplers. I hate it. You're wrong.
I'm ultimately okay with the concept of a knowledge check character, right? That a knowledge check character being, if you try to fight Honda like anyone else, you're just going to die because Honda does things that are Honda specific and you got to learn those things. If you try to fight JP like anybody else, you can't wing it. You have to know how to deal with what he does. You should
fight JP outside the game.
You cannot.
Before you sit down.
You can wing it against Kai. You can wing it against, you know, a bunch of characters. You cannot wing it against Axel. And it's not that Axel is going to be the high tier or anything, because once you do know how to deal with things, then stuff becomes less real. But if you're just handling that from, I'm not too sure what's going on, you hit a wall that is, this will beat you every single time, no matter what you're doing. There's a full screen ground grab, and if you jump in the air, he's got a jab that'll keep you out from getting in. So too bad, right? Knowledge check. That's ultimately okay. Boy, some types of knowledge checks can just get so annoying. And like, if you make it so that you can round start Kara Potbuster me, your weakness better be insanely clear and obvious and insurmountable. Like, you know, like just make it so that no matter how good that feels to get it, it's got to feel equally as bad on the other side of it. Right? We'll see what happens. I don't know that Geoff is like overtuned compared to what he was before.
If anything, he's undertuned still.
But the fact that he is statistically the highest climbing character that is moving the furthest up in the rankings and beating the most high MR ranked players compared to before and such is huge. It's huge.
It's so fun to talk about buffs and nerfs and all that stuff in a fighting game compared to something like FF14 is like a good example where like everybody in 14 is within like 4% of each other to you know, because there's really only the one metric, which is DPS, and then some utility things, right?
Yeah.
And just the absolute shit meltdowns people will have over Bard is useless. It's like it's 3% under bits or fucking calm down, man.
When the worst matchup in your game is like a 6-4, but you're still going nuts. Like so the thing is that the concept of downplaying is a deeply spiritual experience, man. Right? Because you have the unique journey of playing your character and you know the struggle and everyone else is experiencing like when you beat everybody else, when you do that insane shit and steal rounds, you're just like, well, yeah, that's what I'm supposed to be doing, right?
Yeah.
And you're not experiencing their side of it, going, what the fuck, man, right? The Geef round where like he just destroyed Akuma for looking at him twice, like it was, you know, like and then
I had a set where I online last night where I double perfected an Akuma, and then he double perfected me on the rematch.
Right.
And both of those felt like 9-1 matchups in either direction.
Oh man, dude. Yeah, just downplay. It's wild. You can't experience it till you're on the other side. And not everybody is gonna Shang Tsung their way through the cast, learn how to play everybody, and feel the whole game. Very rarely do people do that. So you just get your experience, you know?
I think what's way more fun than anything is like yeah, Kuma's not even good. It's if anything,
yeah,
because like there was a period in Endwalker where Dark Knight was so overtuned that somebody ran the math on it and was like, Paladin at optimal per second perfect rotation loses out to a Dark Knight who is literally just mashing the keyboard. And not by like a little, but like a lot. Like man. This huge performance delta. And I remember looking at that and be like, yeah, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, no. They're not even if anything, they need to buff Living Dead. I mean, come on.
Oh God. So something super interesting, and I'm sure it'll come up in the future because there's a lot of meat on the bone. But something really interesting that Keats was talking about was there is a chart that is an ongoing poll that sampled I think like 2 million or so different gamers and asked them what their favorite word was, and the results might surprise you.
Would they?
No.
What's everyone's favorite gamer word?
No. They asked like so close to like 2 million people that played games, like what their reasons for playing games were and what their reward like incentives were, right? And it's really interesting because like a lot of it's something that kind of like it even changed some of my perspective on like what types of games would appeal to people in the future, what types of fighting games stand to do well and which ones don't and stuff. And it's very because there's such a large sample size, it breaks down into, and he can definitely get into this in fuller detail, so I'm just going to do a terrible job summarizing. It breaks down essentially like there's a lot of categories of different types of rewards. Some of them, you know, whether it's like story, your ability to like immerse yourself in the world, competition, multiplayer.
Everything is going to go down the extrinsic versus intrinsic, objective versus subjective, experiential versus tangential.
It's a huge list, and then what it works out to is when you broadly categorize the results, you get 9 different types of people that play games. And fighting games covers 2 of those groupings. One of the groupings is people who enjoy online and or offline competitive play. They enjoy competition.
No-brainer.
They enjoy skill. They enjoy the complexity in gameplay, like what the game asks you to do essentially, and the difficulty of like, you know, learning to do those things and then proficiently performing them is like something that it elicits a positive response. The other type is people who are like into every type of game, no matter what. You can't make a game that they're gonna hate. They love everything. They're omni fucking gamers, right? There's a type of person that's that. But the person who likes these skill things and these online and these competitive aspects or so, there's another profile of player that looks a lot like that, except when it comes to the skill aspect, that's all the way down, where if you ask skill of that player, they actually hate it. It's a deterrent. And there are things that you can do that if you try to switch up like an element of your game, you make it not just a neutral aspect, but an anti interest point that's a deterrent for the person who's like into skill and competition, right? And the person who's like, I want online, I want to compete against other people, I want to have this experience and fight against the community and so on, but I don't want there to be skill, is an FPS gamer. And that category is the person who just wants to win and click and feel the good part without the element. They want the reward for it right off the bat.
We gotta get these 3 a.m. Modern Warfare lobbies, bro.
And I was like, oh shit, that's amazing. Like I think the profiles line the fuck up, you know.
I think the argument of every time skill-based matchmaking comes up, it's like the most embarrassing thing ever. It's so cringe. Like I'll actually shit all over it. I have the Call of Duty's like bad skill-based matchmaking, but like, oh
yeah,
man, you gotta get these baby lobbies or these killer lobbies with the terminally ill children, bro.
We hate it because we want to win, and the place we win the most is where people are not as skilled. There's
something really interesting
simple. Yeah,
about, because that's you're talking about people who in like a MOBA would be smurfing.
Sure.
Yeah, smurfing to hell.
Yeah.
It makes me. There was an article a million years ago. We talked about it on I think the Friendcast, of like interviewing people who spend like $1,000 a year on cheats.
Oh,
like, multiplayer games.
Yeah, that was so interesting.
And like it just broke down to straight up, I want to have fun, and I don't have fun unless I win. So I will make sure I win, and like that's it.
Yeah,
like there's no depth beyond it.
I kept losing. I'm playing on my brother's account, and I just wanted to win for once. So I'm buying these cheats. What's the problem? Now my brother's account is banned. That sucks. It's just that simple, and it's like it disconnects any aspect of other person, other element of reward. Has nothing to do with like what you did. You know. It just doesn't matter. It's just I just want to feel like I won against somebody. End of story.
Here's the kicker. I'm sure you've encountered this in your life, right? In which someone says, "Who's no?"
Say what again?
I'm sure you've encountered this in your life where someone has looked at you and said, "Wooly, who's gonna know? Who's gonna know?" Right? And I've had this experience a lot, and I go, I would know.
I'm right here. Why? That's why I'm playing, man. You know?
I would know.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Sure, I can go beat up a training dummy all the way to grand finals. What the fuck is the point of that? What's the fun, man? Like, I think I touched on the
and that's why we are sad. Like hey man, depression correlates with education and intelligence. If you could just sit there and play your PUBG and hit the kill everyone on the map button and it goes you win and go yeah, fucking did it, bro. Yeah. You'd live a better life. But no, you have to have taste and sit here and talk to me. I brought that entire thing up to say that the downplaying comes from that part inside where you're just like, I just want to win, and it feels good to win, and it feels bad to lose. I mean, hey, that's inside,
and
no one is free,
right? And yeah, when I was like I said, when I was at Combo Breaker and I had that moment of like, did that person plug my controller in incorrectly on purpose? I don't know, but that's a weird thing, right? Whenever there's things like, whenever anyone's like doing like, yeah, whatever, like if you want to just cheat your way through the literal, you cheated yourself, your victory's hollow, you've learned nothing, yada yada, the whole meme. It's just like, I don't even understand what the point of showing up is then. It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. I don't get it. It sucks, man. Like how much. I
love that we're talking about this and I look over and somebody says, can't wait for 2XKO.
But like, okay, let me come at it. Let me switch gears here.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Right? Like let's take it from fuck this honorable noble bullshit garbage.
Yeah,
let's
fuck that.
let's
I don't
switch
give a
over
fuck
to the
about
selfish mentality, right? The like,
Go.
gimme, I
Yeah.
want it.
I want it.
How much more thoroughly can I fucking shit on your head if I'm even playing field with you and I dominate you on every level with an even fucking playing field, right?
So
It's so much more of a compliment to how godlike I am that I beat you when the odds were fair.
So I've talked about this on stream, and you're completely right. That is a great feeling.
To go with the selfish route, to get there the other way.
When you go through, let's say if we're talking about fighting games, so we'll use a fighting game, but this can be any sport. This can be chess, right? This can be anything. And you hit the moment, you hit flow, and you have made every right decision, and they have made every wrong decision. This happens in fucking football and basketball, hockey, like everything.
Yeah.
Like I did everything right and they did everything wrong, and it was disgusting.
Yeah.
It was embarrassing. Like Daigo and Justin and Evo 37, or like every trick hockey shot where the fucking asshole picks the puck up on the stick and does woo, 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 and just tricks it behind the goalie's head, or the backflip sock, right? It's incredible. And that's like a flow state, right? I genuinely think that one of the issues that you run into with people who just go, no, I just want to win. That's all I want, right? Is they don't have the patience to learn a form of technical expertise in anything, and thus never reach flow ever.
Never experience what it's like to actually win in that way.
So to those of you who, because I'm using the word flow pretty liberally, flow is a situation in which the difficulty of your task perfectly meets your skill level, and you get into a kind of trance state. A lot of people used to call it in the zone, right? Where everything just works and goes, and you feel it and you're feeling it, and it is the mental state to chase. It's the reason why people play video games. Like a huge proportion of people play video games. But if you don't actually have any skill or practice or desire to improve, flow is just not going to happen.
Sidebar, if you are actively chasing that state, I have never felt more of a reward for that effort than with the character Asuka in Guilty Gear, because when the cards pulls all work out and everything is lining up and you just, again, Exodia on your opponent, that is the most pure version of being in the flow state than any other fighting game I've ever played.
So it
feels incredible.
It's hard to explain flow if you've never felt flow, but what I can do is explain, in fighting game terms anyway, anti-flow. Anti-flow is when you hit a button and your brain goes, you just killed yourself.
Falling off this edge in Smash Brothers to a self kill.
I'm specifically thinking of like Zangief and hitting a normal, and the normal, I'm watching them wiggle. Like I'm waking up in a corner and I hit a button and I'm watching them shimmy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, they're going to, and in the millisecond that the button is starting to animate, I'm like, they're going to block that. And I'm going to die. Right? I have made, my skill is like wildly out of place for this situation. And I'm stuck. I'm not going nowhere.
Let me do you one better. You're Nago Ryuki. Your blood pops and you're nowhere near the opponent.
Oh, you're going to die. Yeah.
I'm in danger. You're like, yeah, I'm flowing. I'm in it. Oh, fuck. Damn. Yeah. So the funny thing about this is that this is describing a type of person who cheats to feel something that they never would otherwise be able to feel, right? And they're doing so to scratch a FOMO itch that they're left out on. The other type of cheating that comes about is the pressure of delivering the way you used to, when you have two people that are actually really close in competition at a high level, but this person is juicing just a little bit because the performance expectation of them.
Now we're up to extrinsic motivator. Now we're into reward, prestige.
Exactly. And come on, if you just juice it a little bit, if you've got the fucking baseball electro nodes on your body, you know, or whatever the case is, you can find that perfect little edge to
everybody can
opponent.
understand that.
Yeah.
Like, listen, Evo was for what, $1 million? Not Evo. The Capcom Cup was like $1 million.
Yeah.
Hey man, what if you had a 15% chance extra winning if you told your doctor you had the ADHD and he gave you a shit ton of Adderall, help you focus?
Sure. Right? Do what it takes to win.
What if that got you just a little bit closer to $1 million?
Yes,
$1 million could change a lot of things.
And then there's also the is it legal? Is it to give you an advantage? Then why not do it? You know?
So that's one of the most interesting things. I remember having like the longest discussion with somebody about soccer. So soccer has a cheating problem that is like outrageous. It is so crazy.
Taking dives is baked into the system.
It's baked in. Cheating is baked into soccer. And there's a breakdown of perception of huge proportions of major sports. And is cheating unsportsmanlike, or is it just part of the game? Is it against the spirit of the rules, or is it within the rules as a resource to be tapped out?
Right. If I request a seat change to the other player's side in the middle of our grand finals and it gives me an advantage in just stopping the momentum and making things a little more uncomfortable for you, and that's legal, should I not do that every time? Is that what's the line here, right?
The Super Bowl, and you know what? We're going to save them up and just call every timeout we have available back to back to back to back. Optimal. Right as we're losing.
Playing optimally, no matter what it's going to be. So what's interesting about things like that, of course, is whenever there's a moment where a controller disconnect, for example, occurs, right? That's a common one.
There was a controversy over this just last week.
Yeah, in Tekken at Daytona, there was on the game-winning combo, there was a controller connection pop up on the screen that like had a controller sign-in prompt at DreamHack Dallas, and it was not Daytona, Dallas, and it was in the worst possible moment, you know, and that shit sucks because it's like that's a controller connecting that is attached to the console that should be deleted. And every time you gotta disconnect controllers and go through the whole, you know, go to the settings, Bluetooth disconnection, etc. And it just fucking sucks because like that could be made so much easier if Sony gave a shit, but they don't, and so it's on the, you know, tournament organizers to make sure that you clean it every time, etc. Whenever something like that happens, right, there are moments where, for example, when that happened with Mena and Angry Bird, he just went like, fuck it, run it, continue, right? They looked around, they're like, yeah, resume, let's keep playing. We're both hot right now. We want to keep it going. And everyone's like, yeah, right? And it's the hype thing to do in the moment to just continue the match and be like, fuck, we're not going to take that. I want to beat you on fair and square on our own terms and continue this feeling. Some people might be like, no, I'm taking my round. Officially, I'm allowed to get one or so. But to avoid that entirely, where somebody is perceived to be like, you know, shitty or not, or killing the spirit of the moment, what's supposed to officially happen is like, if the judge can get there in time, the judge makes the ruling so that the players have no decision in the matter, so that it's not up to them to be chill or not about an unplug. You know, the judge has to force the outcome. Therefore, you can't be like, hey, why didn't you just continue? You know, and that's a way of like cutting past that type of advantage moment, you know? Yeah. It's a weird one, man, but like, I think that, you know, every time any sport or any esport or any fucking competitive anything is going to get to this granular level where like what you ate for breakfast that morning will have an effect on your outcome, then yeah, if you don't have, I believe the way you put it was Ukrainians in the dugout, you know, adult stealing signals and tapping them on an electric fucking signaler machine back to your pitcher, then you're now behind in tech because every other team has that. So now the game has evolved. What are you going to do? Not keep up? Well, that's stupid.
I mean, is it against the rules to have a barbecue at your house and accidentally poison it so that everyone but you gets horribly ill right before the big tournament? Maybe.
What happened?
Hasn't happened yet, so we don't know.
That's and I know in MMA for sure there's that whole everything you can do to get around USADA, everything you can do to, like certain types of things you can't eat, certain type of things you can't, whatever circumvents testing, but is still performance enhancing. Or even just little things like, I mean, I was talking about how like GSP was like, yo, frame data. We're creating frame data for our opponents and so on. There's a level of that where, unfortunately, it's not fun to have to think about the rules at that granular level, and it defeats the spirit of fun, hype, competition, etc. But if it's for the $1 million, people are going to do that every single fucking time.
Maybe.
You'd be stupid not to, right?
Maybe.
Anyway, all this to say, that's where downplaying comes from. So,
Akuma isn't even that good. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
He's not even good.
I'm okay fighting characters that get the kitchen sink and then some, and then they die in one. I'm like that. I've gotten used to Seth back in the day and glass cannons, etc. Like as long as you melt accordingly, you can't get everything and then also have the highest life ever. Fuck Sentinel from Vanilla Marvel 3. That
I mean,
Jesus.
Yeah.
Anyway, and you know what though? But Geef is not the only one eating, as we talked about, right? Aki and
Aki
Ryu
feels like a character from Marvel. Aki feels crazy. I don't know what to do.
Don't stand in the poison. Don't get hit by the
poison. Poison is everywhere.
And stay away from the poison. Don't take it.
It feels like playing against Aki is don't get hit by a light.
She's got great conversions now, especially, yeah. So here, while we're talking about 6, actually, I was immensely curious about what the fuck Akuma in World Tour mode was gonna look like. Have you taken a look at that at all?
Yeah, I did it. I got his costume.
Oh, okay. So you did. What does that entail? That entails like
it's miserable.
No, but I mean, does it mean like you got to him and then did a bunch of his skills style up to a certain point? What do you?
No, you go get 100 gifts and feed him 100 gifts in a row.
Yes. Okay. You feed his master meter up to a certain point. Yeah. So it's just interesting because like for lore and whatever Street Fighter plot depiction purposes, I'm like, what are you gonna do about this psycho fucking murderous asshole that's been around forever and make him acknowledge the player and have to like talk to you and hang out with you kind of? And the answer is pretty much like, okay, one, he's gonna always call you a fool. He's gonna always be like pretty much fuck you, but you're standing here, so I guess you'll get the reward that is my move. He's off on Akuma Island, of course, you gotta go do that. And he does not use his cell phone, so he does not message you on the phone. Right? We've circumvented that whole bit. But he
likes fishing.
But what is odd and interesting to see is the retcon here, and maybe it's not a retcon as much as it is like an elaboration on things that were kept vague. But the idea of like Retsu and Ryu and a couple other people in this storyline being like, Akuma's not really a bad guy. He's just really dedicated to his path, and that path involves slaughtering people should they decide to step in the ring.
He's destroyed hundreds of opponents
that have agreed to put their life on the line. Therefore, it's all good if they're consenting. Like if you consent to what I'm about to fucking do when I wreck your body, and if you consent to having your head ripped off with a Shoryuken, then I guess you signed on the dotted line, so it's fine. And there's kind of this thing of like he's okay with the murder. So he's not like really a nice guy, but it's
So this kind of falls apart because they also canonize his Street Fighter 2 ending where he just drops in on Bison and just murders him.
and they show you that with him having done it. But the idea is like, well, Bison was, well, one, deserving as he was an evil asshole or whatever, but two, a worthy opponent. And, you know, by Akuma's fucking knockout game rules, if I shun Goku Satsuyu in the streets and you didn't see it coming, if you're worthy, then you shouldn't have gotten hit by that shit. Bison should have been holding up. Right? You were worthy, so it's actually funny because it's very vagabond, right? There's a whole lot of vagabond where it's like, hey, Musashi, you're the tough badass that took out the whole Yoshioka school. If I just walk up to you and shoot you and no one's looking, I'm the guy that killed you. So I'm gonna just do that. How does that sound? You know?
So this is pure headcanon. Like this, there's no basis for this at all. This is all my own ass. But I actually always liked the idea that I made up for myself that the reason why Akuma just saw Bison and was like, it's on sight, and just killed him without a second word is because Akuma's whole life is based around his obsessive need to learn and be the best. Headcanon.
Yeah.
And Bison, by the other metric, stole everything, all of his power.
Yeah.
It's not his. He's a fraud.
He got psycho power from Rose, and then he's switching bodies up, and he's doing everything he can. And this is a classic trope, right, of the villain that steals everything and acquires from others, you know, without earning it and without walking the path. Yeah, sure, it certainly could be. It certainly could be. But the whole bit, you know, seems to kind of play in that it's like, yeah, Ryu and him have a complicated relationship, right? It's not it's not the like, you killed my master and I'm out for vengeance thing, as much as it is like, it was that, but then I turned from the path, and now he says the line where it's like, it's not that he's rejected like it's not that he's rejected the Satsui no Hado as much as it is he doesn't acknowledge its existence, right? It's not an acceptance or a rejection. Like the path, though, the power of nothing is the whole like, okay, emotions are there, but it's almost like the Shintoism inside of you is to like not fight that thing that you're calling evil. It's to accept its existence, but also not particularly concern yourself overly with it.
So I look over in chat and I see everyone getting somewhere that's way funnier, which is Bison is the guy who only has fun if he wins. Bison is the FPS player who pays for cheats.
He gets psycho fucking cheats going. Yeah. All the scientists working on the hardest wall hacks.
Like even down to the way he treats his own body. He's like, I don't care what character I play. I just want to win.
Bison goes down to Atlanta every time he needs a hit.
I think
Bison has groomed a collection of dolls.
Hey, whoa.
Wah. Bison is Drake and Akuma is Kendrick.
I think that Bison's gonna be on the list for the season 2. Like, there's text in World Tour that literally says he's still alive.
Yeah. Okay. You're right. Yeah.
I think there is a 0% chance that he will be in his old body.
So there's the hat on the chair. So I saw some people referring to the fact that when you talk to Rashid's quest line, he makes he actually talks about, I think, the Illuminati, and he says that they found someone in the desert like riding a horse, but I think that's Gil riding a horse. That's like,
yeah, probably,
or something. But like, yeah, and then there's some people theorizing it's like, oh, Bosch's body is going to be resurrected as the new Bison container or whatever the case is.
Oh, I mean, man, I saw people saying Falky could be the new container because that would allow Kira Buckland to become M. Bison.
That would be that, but didn't we see a piece of art in Ed's story where they show you like Neo Shadaloo in the modern day, and Falky was just kind of in the background next to Baba Mwalimu and the other guy.
Okay, fuck it. Just have him take over the monkey.
Take over the monkey. Yeah, that's the best feature.
Let's just do that.
I think that's awesome. There's also like,
how would you feel about M. Bison being a non-human animal?
I am infinitely okay with anything that means he's not the same dude. I understand, like, the argument about me going like new characters over returning faves and all that, the hot take, the spicy one. I understand that everyone wants the thing they know all the time, and I'm down. Give me someone that does scissor kicks and a Psycho Crusher. Just let it be someone else. You know,
so it's the obvious thing. I don't know why.
A literal bison.
A literal bison.
A literal bison. Yes.
The fucking moo cow with the fucking hat on him.
Yeah. If he has to return and his whole thing is about switching bodies, I'm A-okay with someone new showing up that does his moveset. That's totally fine. Psycho power, etc. I really do wish that, like, we didn't have to be so anchored down by the past, but I also know that a lot of people feel super differently about this, and they're just like, you know, the character should be in the fighting game that is the one that I know, and that, like, it shouldn't matter. We've been over that a bit, so, you know.
So, like,
find a half measure that you can compromise on it.
I think I've said it before, and I'll just say it again just for posterity. I think having your storyline in your fighting game determine who's going to be available as a character is this, who gives a fuck? Like, oh, you can't have Nash again, he's dead again, who gives a shit?
Make it alt skin so that the old Bison can be in an alt skin, and that can be a cosmetic from a flashback. You know, you can definitely do that.
Like bring back Heihachi. I don't care. Whatever you say to me, I don't care. I want to play as Heihachi.
Find a way to implement it that's clever and not just he survived. You know,
here's a way to implement it. Have a picture of Harada when you turn on the game, and he goes, "I don't care."
Yeah, there's always the classic, like, go to a black and white or sepia toned part of the story where you're just playing as the past. You know, there is that too, where you're like, oh, he exists in the game because he was literally in just a flashback. You know, but the version of events where it's like, yes, somehow Bison returned, somehow Palpatine is back. Like, it just that makes me anti-hype.
I agree with that, but at the same time, I'm not playing as Emperor Palpatine when I'm watching the Star Wars. Whereas I'm playing as the M. Bison. Like, I want M. Bison back. I really like playing as M. Bison. He's one of my favorite characters.
Yeah, so just find a way to make it
just make him a little girl or something. I don't give a shit.
Find a way to make it cool and do something else. Yeah, just find an interesting way to do it. Just,
hell, even if it's the same guy, make him, like, actively falling to pieces. Like, way worse than Nash was. Like, he's disintegrating.
I mean, the idea of him being trapped with JP's, like, thing is, like, you see a part of the ghost in there, so it's like, it feels as if that's kind of what's going on. You know, and it seems like they certainly wanted to hint at that with the way the attacks of the ghosts come out and stuff. But yeah, and then you see the hat and you're like, oh, all right, I guess, you know, I'm preparing for it's him. That's it. Nothing fancy. There he is. And that'll just be the most boring version of it. But, you know, hopefully,
you know, I feel like they can save that if they have a world tour moment where, like, Ryu and Akuma see him and go, really?
Yeah. Like, you know, the fucking Mega Man, like, the X seeing Sigma and going, God damn it, man. You know, like, really? We're doing this again? You know, it's just, ugh. Can we not? Yeah, I that's it. Just find a way. Find a fucking way. And, you know, I wouldn't hate it if, I mean, okay, so here's the other question, right? Are you okay? I know you are. This is a fucking fake loaded question, but are you okay with Aki replacing Fong? Right?
I mean, that's not even a question. Yeah, Aki's directly replaced Fong,
but the moveset is not identical, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So,
but it's the moveset he should have kind of always had.
Okay, let's get a little spicier. Are you okay with Ed replacing Balrog?
I think Ed has replaced Balrog.
But are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought perhaps not, but fair, right? Because it's like, no, but that's not Rog. It's not the boxer I know and love, and so that feels like that's not the thing I want, the boxer. And it's like, yeah, that is true. That is the case, you know. but should the spiritual successor have the identical move kit?
No, I don't believe
because
in that.
then you take away from the
they
successor.
Can be their own thing.
So yeah, it gets a little messy with that, But anyway, I know that having had this discussion multiple times, I know that it's like, okay.
Somebody in the chat said, "Well, what about when Zangief gets replaced?" I'm like, one, that's never going to happen, and two, Hugo rules. I play Hugo.
Hugo's awesome. Hugo's pretty fucking great.
He sucks, but I like him.
Oh, he's fun.
I like Darun too.
Hakan Erasure.
Hakan was erased the day he came out.
Oh man, when you can get his theme song, the hardest decision in the game is picking the right 30 songs for that playlist, because you can only put 30 on any character. Now, Third Strike takes up 18 or so tracks, but if you want to get all the other good ones in there, it's going to be a real tough choice. Mm-hmm. And Hakan's is in there, so you can get your blah 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 da da da. I feel like yeah. Anyway, I feel like I'm well aware that if everyone is down with the Smash Brothers solution of everyone is here and then some, but I just know that that's not realistic. That's just not gonna happen, and or there will be you what do you sacrifice for that, yeah. So and
I feel like 2XKO is in a weird state in which, like, we talk about it more or less every time, but it's like that roster has like hundreds of potentials, and like every second of that game existing ever will be people going, where the fuck is this character who will never be in it? Ever.
And whenever something does come out that's a big itch scratch, then it's like, oh, holy shit, they're here finally. And that's a big...
Should have been Mordekaiser. Should have been Fiddlesticks.
Here's the one thing, is I do not envy anyone on that team that is currently trying to pitch a brand new character as an original. Like, could you imagine the venom?
What is... no.
Could you, like, imagine trying to pitch an original new fighter for 2XKO?
Just like 30 voices in the room going, shut
out the fucking window. And that's sad. That's sad. That's a little sad, Hey, ArcSys is gonna make their Android 21. They're gonna make their Labris. They're gonna take their time to make their character, but like fucking everyone into XKO has to come from that list. Man, people would be so mad. Yeah, shout out to Rain Dog in Multiverses.
Bro, listen, I don't even care about League of Legends. I would be so mad if they took up a spot with an OC.
You spent time recording lines, creating animation, creating costumes, making supers. You did all that for some brand new shit we don't give a fuck about? What if it's the coolest character ever? Shut the fuck up!
It's not.
Yeah.
All right.
We all want Makoto now, but there was a time when we never would have asked for Makoto. I love Marissa now. There's a time when you never would have asked, right? It had to just come out of nowhere.
One of my favorite things about Street Fighter 6, and this is probably the last thing I want to say about this, is that it's given me a really good excuse to just say the word Mawissa all the time.
Okay.
I have made a concerted effort to exclusively and unerringly refer to that character by the name Mawissa because it's really funny to me.
Why the
That's it.
Why?
It's just really goddamn funny.
It makes
me smile.
She puts the extra emphasis to make sure that it's not even Marissa, but Marisa. Like, there's a whole extra stank on it, All right. Let's move on. Anything of note for you?
Yeah.
What's going on?
I say 3 hours and 13 minutes into. All right, let's see.
I mean, there was some again. I had to break down the exact nature of what is a dark pattern game, and I had to yell at everybody over that. So that was
talking about Street Fighter.
That was content.
All right, let's see. There's really let's see. There's Silent Hill transmission in here, which is where I tried to kill myself, but that's for later.
Oh, what the fuck is up with? Sorry, what is up with that Biza mission in fucking Yakuza, dude? I got to the Biza mission. Do you remember the Biza? There's this girl who's like on the ground and she's hurt, and she's like, "I need Biza," and then you're like, "Oh yeah, okay, I'll go get you pizza," and you go get her pizza, and she's like, "No, Biza, I need a Biza," and she needed to get a visa. And then her fucking trafficker comes up, her pimp trafficker is like, "Hey, you get back in the fucking house. How dare you escape?" And then you beat his ass. And then he's like, "Oh, I was just afraid that I was going to lose you. I love you, actually, woman that I trafficked. And will you marry me?" And she's like, "Okay, but no more funny business." And then, like, it cuts to the pizza guy delivering the pizza that's like, "Yeah, mission solved."
Oh, literally, yeah, this motion, you're right, okay. Wooly, do you know how many fucking side stories away from that I am?
Fine.
I'm like 600 side stories away from that.
The morality of this game series is just, it's hurting me. It is aggressively like trying.
Oh, the whiplash is out of control. It's, dude, every Like a Dragon game that I have streamed, I talk about like, get your politics out of games or get your morality out of games, and it's like the Like a Dragon series is so incredible because you will have characters like the old school macho idiots like Kiryu be the most based, like open, accepting, tolerant people ever, and then they will turn around and you will see like the director of the game writing his fucking manifesto on why we shouldn't allow Chinese people in the country.
God. Yeah, I mean, I keep hearing about reference to secret Koreans, so I'm sure I'll find out eventually, but just, it's batshit how they go about a lot of, and like, again, you're taking the piss out in some cases, but I'm like, it's like, okay, so you have that, and that was bookended this weird, like, it's the overly forgiveness trope with which is the shit that drives me crazy. Orochimaru running around the village. You have this mission with the pizza in between rounds of Pocket Circuit Racer where. Yeah. The dumb little child is like, "Be my boyfriend," and Kiryu's like, "Oh, what?" And then her dad is secretly spying and going, "Oh no, this creep is near my girl," and "Oh no, they're in a relationship." And then he's like, "Instead of reporting you to the police, if you can beat me in Pocket Racer, you can prove how fast you are." And it's like, of course.
That's real right there.
Why would you get dragged to the police station if I fight you and I beat you in a Pokemon battle, then it proves that I'm the greatest Pokemon master. So yeah, actually you should date my daughter. Like,
I think the funniest and like most unhinged moral lesson of that whole game is the side quest. I don't know if you did it yet, so spoilers if you did. I didn't. Where you have to buy like a 10-year-old boy a bunch of porno out of a vending machine. It's pretty early. It's in Kamurocho.
I might have already done that 4 years ago.
Okay, so like, he's like, "I really want the thing in the magazine in the vending machine," and Kiryu's like, "Okay, fine. This is Scary Alley, right? I'll do it." And he goes up to buy it, and he realizes it's like hardcore pornography.
Yeah.
And like Kiryu's crisis is, I should not buy this child hardcore pornography, but that means I'll break my promise to him, and which is more important.
Right.
And like, the decision Kiryu makes is this child being able to trust adults is much more important.
Right.
And it's like, what?
Never.
Just walk back and say, fuck off, Kiryu.
No, word is bond. We're committed. Yeah, sneaking past the old ladies. Oh my god, man. Yeah, so I'm like, this, it's batshit. It is batshit what, like, whether or not this is, again, Nagoshi, like, spouting.
It's whoever's writing it at the time.
Whatever their opinions are on the matter, or whether they're taking the piss out of every battle monster / my Beyblade split the Red Sea, why wouldn't it be used to solve world politics? Ass solution to problems. And just the level of, like, also there's a side mission where a puppy kicker like runs off, and then Kiryu just stands and watches it, and then goes up to the guy afterwards who, like, was getting picked on and beaten up, and is like, oh, you're a pretty good guy, actually, and, like, lets the puppy kickers run away. And you're just like, but why wouldn't you stop them and heat move them into dust while they're hurting the puppy? Like, what is Kiryu's...
You know what's wild is that Judgment does not have this problem. and like, Judgment does not have, like, nearly as strong as, like, a wild tonal disconnect with, like, it does? Oh, do I not remember?
Does he? Because I'm like, he's all justice and law, right? Like,
because he'll beat up a bunch of high school kids.
Okay.
Just to do it.
Okay.
So, like, the Like a Dragon games are so much fun, and they're so much fun to talk about, because I think they're incredible. I think they're amazing. They are also from a different culture, and usually that doesn't include any friction.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because the themes of a particular piece of media don't actually clash. But, like, the Like a Dragon games have the highest incidence of, like, story happening, and I don't agree with that.
yeah.
I think that's actually really bad.
Because it is
that
another
you're doing that.
It is another culture, but you are also playing as a gangster mobster in another culture, and it's also being satirical at the same time. You know, it's...
But the parts that I say that to are when it's being sincere, and, like, you're playing Zero, and there is, like, a perfect pin on this conversation, but it is from the ass end of the game, so I cannot.
Okay.
I cannot even make reference to it.
I feel like it's every time a Harry Dubois moment happens, and then there's that deeper scratching underneath of, like, there is a pure, strong, powerful, real character underneath here who is incredible. It's like, what if we never get to that part and we stay at that fucked up red check and then it starts playing sincere music over the red check? You know, like, just, oh, I don't get it, man. I don't fucking get it. But I'm sure.
He was all I can say is he was the coolest guy.
He was the coolest guy. The coolest guy.
That's, like, the worst out of every game in the whole series. They'll be like, you know what? You really stuck to your guns in the end, and I can respect that. And I'm like, I watched this guy eat a baby in the first chapter of the game. What do you fucking talk? Did you forget that? Did the character I'm playing forget that fucking happened?
Forgiveness is an important virtue. We should all be willing to forgive those who have done horrible atrocities if they're sincere enough.
Like, there's a scene in... Oh, I can't even... Can I even talk about this? Are you gonna play Yakuza 4?
I'm gonna get places. We'll see what happens. But yeah, rest assured, I'm sure. Just I've encountered more than my share of horrifying moments in side quest dimension alone. Yeah. Anyway. What's going on?
What else I do this week? There's only one thing of note for me to talk about, and that is a little game called Crow Country.
Yeah, that thing.
So for those of you who don't know, Crow Country is a smallish indie game It is a survival horror game that takes place in a spooky amusement park. It looks just like FF7 original. It plays just like an old Resident Evil game. It is fucking incredible.
Looks pretty cool from the trailer. Purple haired character.
Yep.
And art style. I mean, I would say better than FF7 Overworld. Like a little.
Yeah, but it's emulating.
It's emulating that. Yeah.
It is yet another fake ass PlayStation 1 game. Not really a PlayStation 1 game. It's just pretending. It is absolutely incredible. It's very short. It's about 6 hours, and that was on the hardest difficulty.
And
it is fluff-less. Not even a single iota of fluff or filler.
And it's a Resi-like.
Yes, it is a old style survival horror.
Okay. Is it particularly emulating or vibing a certain number? Like Signalis was Resident Evil 1?
Resident Evil 1.
Oh, this is also 1. Okay.
Yeah. It is also, however, pretty chill about it. So on your standard difficulty, you have 10 hints from like a little hint crow that'll just nudge you towards where you want to go. And you all have infinite handgun ammo in the trunk of your car. And if you are scrounging for shit and you maybe don't have enough ammo or health, you can go to any conveniently placed trash can and it'll probably give you like an item.
Okay.
And those will respawn. The hard mode disables all that shit. You don't have infinite ammo in the trunk of your car, and the trash cans won't give you anything, and the hints are disabled. But it's like the medium difficulty is fairly chill. It's just an experience to be enjoyed. If you want to play a survival horror game, put it on the difficulty called Murder of Crows, and that it is good name. I'd put it like RE2 level difficulty.
Okay. How effective are the spoops with that art style?
Extremely effective.
Yeah? Okay.
So it has a fully controllable 360 camera, which it does not gel with its inspirations at all.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And what this leads to is panning the camera yourself, and there was something like right next to you and you didn't notice it was there.
Okay.
As well as some classic jump scares. It has stop and shoot gameplay. It has very classic survival horror, like find all the key items and do all the silly little puzzles kind of progression. The story is unexpectedly incredible. It is very much a narrative of like, what is happening here? Like the what is the big question. And it builds on it and builds on it and builds on it. And it gets to the reveal, and the reveal recontextualizes literally every interaction and nearly room in the game, and just has and you get every answer, and you're just like, oh, wow. Oh,
really? 6 hours.
Yep. It's short and sweet.
Should I run this week?
It is incredible. I would recommend it to everyone.
All right, fuck it. We're running it this week.
Yeah, it's great. If you want friction, play on Murder of Crows. If you want a smooth ass video game experience, play it on survival horror.
What about Piss Baby has only played Signalis.
Survival horror. Play survival horror.
Okay, all right.
Because survival horror will allow you to get like extra materials out of like trash cans and vending machines, and we'll have a hint robot to help you.
Yeah, I was. This was probably maybe 2 weeks down the line, but at that length, fuck it, I'll bump that up.
So when I was playing it and I was watching the ending, I'm like, this is just as good as Signalis. And then I waited a tick, and then I went, that was a stupid thing to say, but I really meant it when I said it.
Okay.
It's almost as good as Signalis.
I see.
It's right there.
Are you including the secret ending debunk scraping for Signalis?
Oh, I don't give a shit about that. I don't give a fuck about that.
Okay.
To me, Signalis is about the ending that you got. It very much like Silent Hill 2. I actually really dislike people going for Silent Hill 2 and Signalis and a couple other games. And Witcher 3.
Huh.
I see people go, oh, I got the bad ending. Like, all the endings are good. You got the one that you deserve.
Huh. And you don't think about when a game has multiple endings, you don't take them into consideration of your experience.
So these are the three specific games that I reference, which is Silent Hill 2, Witcher 3, and Signalis. If the endings are all of the same, like general written quality, and they naturally flow out of the way that you are playing the game, there's no bad or good ending.
Okay. I get that part. What I more so mean is like good or bad. There's different endings, but like when each ending shows me something else or reveals an aspect of the character or of the game or something going on, I consider them all as a part of the whole in a way. And like even moments where like what is it, the fucking B ending in Silent Hill 1 or
Silent Hill 1 has 5, I think, that are all interesting to some degree.
Yeah, like I didn't get the fucking wake up in the car crash ending, but holy fuck, is that a visceral, oh my god.
It's the only one that has a CG cutscene too.
And that's a moment that like, if you don't get that, you should get it and find out that exists in the game, because it makes that experience better, knowing that that's there, you know? So there's things like that where I'm like, I do want to know about the other experiences to know if there's things like that to consider, you know? The brutal ass, holy fuck, that's harsh. I can't believe they actually put that in. And then, in Silent Hill 2, I got getting in water. I was like, I think that was awesome. That was great.
I got in water the first time I played the game. I like in water a lot. I also like Leave. I don't like Maria. If you want to talk about, like, I think they're all appropriate. I think if you get Maria, that's a downer ending. That's way worse than In Water.
But on that note, I would say Signalis has multiple endings that are really interesting for the story. But there's that one super obscure, obtuse ARG-ish one.
So I think that one is kind of perfect in its own context. So the 3 standard endings you can get in Signalis do to some degree reflect your playstyle, and in some cases reflect your playstyle in an opposite way that you would possibly expect. So like my hyper completionist like attempt to do the best playstyle resulted in a ending that I did not expect, but feels appropriate. However, the Signalis ending that is the weird one that people had to data mine out.
It's too much.
It only makes sense under the context of you data mined this out. You went outside the rules the game prescribed to you.
It's a reward for those who scraped everything.
Well, because the context of the Signalis bonus ending is to go beyond the events of the game. And under that context, people who spectrogrammed and data mined it to get there went beyond the game itself. Like under that context, I get it. As somebody who doesn't give a fuck about that shit, I would not want or like that ending, but I'm never gonna get it.
So the third ending, like the steps where you actually have to data mine, like you can't do it through the rules.
Oh yeah, no, people had to analyze like radio signals and shit.
But what I mean to say is, can you do it without that? Like,
oh yeah, you can, but you'd never have the
obtuseness is just extremely high, right? Because like Gaster, for example, is like that's in the files of the game, right?
Yeah.
But
there was I briefly mentioned this. There was a class. Do you remember Remnant 2? That kind of loot shooter that came out a little while ago.
Name rings a bell, but
So it's pretty good. I wish I had more time for it, but there was the character class that was like metaphysical and like breaking the rules of reality kind of magical class called the Archon. The only way to get it was to data mine the sequence of events that you needed to do to get out of it. It was a completely impossible to understand sequence of requirements and actions.
okay.
And it was intended to be pulled out of the game because that fits its archetype.
Yeah, if that's what they were going for, then that makes it a bit more acceptable to me. But I didn't interpret the Signalis ending that way. I thought it was just an insanely obtuse series of steps that were meant to be almost like the stars in Braid, where it's just like this.
Yeah, no, the stars in Braid could be intuited by a person playing Braid. The extra ending in Signalis would never have been able to be figured out.
Why would you have ever done these random things?
Extracurriculars.
In any case, though, all that to say, like, yeah, I like taking every ending into account for the what they're going for.
Yeah, Crow Country has the one ending, and it's perfect.
Okay. Okay.
And that's it for Pat. If you want to check out every single games show this week, I will be covering literally all of them over at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt this week. That includes the Indy 3 event at 8 o'clock Pacific tomorrow morning. That includes the Guerrilla Collective event June 6th at 10 a.m. Pacific. That includes the Summer Games Fest and Devolver Direct Volvi's birthday party, where I will be joined by my wife Peach Saliva at 2 p.m. Pacific on June 7th. It also includes on June 8th, starting at fucking 9 a.m. Pacific, Future of Play Direct, Wholesome Games Direct, Latin American Games Showcase, Women-Led Games, and the Future Games Show. And then on Sundays, Xbox and PC Gaming at 9 a.m.
Yep.
I foresee... What Silk Song's got to be one of these, right?
I'm not playing this game. I'm not playing this game.
I'm playing this game every day.
I'm not playing this game with you. I did not forget that this week was full of game shows. I'm simply choosing to play video games instead. Is that so wrong?
Yeah.
I'm choosing to play the games I'd like to play. And I guess I will find out about the trailers for the cool stuff afterwards. But
I'm playing the game of hold my dick in my hand and hope for Silk Song.
Look, when State of Play was going the other day, and
oh my god,
I was in the middle of playing some shit while it was happening, and it was like, oh, are you gonna? But I was like, no, I'm good. I don't want to watch State of Play actually. And then to come out the other side and have people go, that was a waste of time, and I was like, yeah, glad I didn't. Now I can just continue.
That was a stream in which I like yelled at the top of my lungs that I was gonna kill myself, and Paige had to be like, stop it.
Yep. So we'll talk about what was revealed after the fact, since I was able to go back and be like, hey, look, it's Astrobot. That thing, I remember that. That was cool. And I can just deal with that when I want to. But all that after a quick break. BRB. Quick word from our sponsors. This week, the podcast is sponsored by Raycon.
Hey, Raycon, what's up, man?
Hello. Yes, so Raycon, that is the everyday earbuds that we've talked about a couple times. That's whenever I'm trying to tell you to get wireless into your life, get wires out of your life. If you haven't pulled the trigger and gotten a pair of Raycons, you're missing out on the same audio quality you expect from bigger brands, but at half the price. And
half the price. Oh my goodness.
And now's a good time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Yeah, so you're getting your everyday earbuds with active ergonomic design, multi-point connectivity, lets you pair two devices at once, and active noise cancellation. So the feature is in, and it's pretty sick as well that you can pair to two devices and not have to worry about which one you want to listen to and keep pairing back and forth. That's something that is handy when you can as soon as a sound is coming out of the active device, it knows, it'll switch over. You don't got to worry about it.
How does it know?
You got a variety of new vibrant colors as well. You can check out they've got the 32-hour battery life. Quick charge function, 10 minutes of charging yields 90 minutes of battery. Again, the ergonomic...
That's crazy.
Right?
I don't understand that.
Ergonomic design, optimized gel tips for a new custom fit, the multi-point connectivity, as mentioned, awareness mode, active noise cancellation, 3 customizable sound styles. It's weatherproof and sweat resistant. It's got tap functions to reduce discomfort when using them as well. A giant list of features. So yeah, it's seriously, go check them out. There's no better time, and you're getting a 30-day happiness guarantee. So get in there with the wireless quality that you deserve. Go to buyraycon.com/superbeast today. You're going to get 15% off your Raycon order plus free shipping. That's right, that's 15% off and free shipping at buyraycon.com/superbeast. One more time, buyraycon.com/superbeast. Thank you, Raycon.
Thanks, Raycon.
This week, the podcast is also sponsored by ExpressVPN.
My favorite VPN service.
Using the internet without ExpressVPN is like taking a call on a train or bus on speaker for everyone to hear.
I've seen people do that. They're crazy.
Oh, God damn it. It's the worst. It's the worst.
They're crazy.
Okay. Yeah. No, if you are on the train or bus or whatever, and you've got your phone, and your version of using your phone is doing this and just holding it out in front of you and do it, fuck you, man. You are the worst.
You're not allowed to use your phone.
That sucks. I will make an exception. That is if you're with the crew and everybody is listening and vibing, you're listening to something, or it's a whole group of people that are involved, then that's an appropriate situation for speakerphone. If you are one person using speakerphone, you're out of your fucking mind.
I think a singular human using speakerphone anywhere outside of their house is violating the social contract.
It's crazy. If you're a group, go for it. I get it. That's what it's for, you know? But man... I'm reminded of the days of the PSP worn around the neck. You know, hook the chain up to the PSP. Rock that shit. Oh, fuck, man.
You know, I will give a free pass to old guy using speakerphone to just make the phone way louder.
Okay. Yeah. As an accessibility option. That's fine. I'm okay with that. You know, some people, yeah, if you hit them with the make your computer easier to use, sure thing. The point remains, don't do that. That's terrible. And that is what using the internet without ExpressVPN is like. Everybody's listening in, and keep your privacy. Get your phone off speaker. Get your internet privacy going. You in particular can also get the benefits of not just your privacy, but your ability to browse from different locations so that you can watch stuff on your streaming services from the locations that you feel like. Everywhere you watch from, there's different things available, and Canada is one of those places where I'm not allowed to see the shows I want. Well, fine. I'm not in Canada anymore. Fuck off with that. You get to, with a click of the button, you can reroute your network data through a secure encrypted tunnel. Your ISP can't see or sell your online activity. It's rated #1 by CNET and Tech Radar, and you just hit a single button. It's going to work on your phone. It can work on your laptop or your router, so everyone on your Wi-Fi can be protected.
That's crazy.
And it's just that simple. I especially, again, appreciate my ability to not be limited to not being able to watch something like It's Always Sunny, for example. So protect your online privacy by visiting expressvpn.com/superbeast today. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast. You can get an extra 3 months for free. expressvpn.com/superbeast. Thanks, ExpressVPN.
Thanks, ExpressVPN.
All right.
Before we go on, I just have to say I just saw a tweet that said the Olympic Fencing Committee has allowed me to compete in the event with a handgun because I have 9K health, which is one of my favorite tweets I've ever seen about Akuma.
That's one way of interpreting the events, I suppose.
And then that tweet got deleted while you were reading the ad.
Oh.
But I saw it.
Hey, man, he used to have 850, you know? Some games it was worse than others.
I would love to see like how far you can turn it down before people are like, this is fair.
I mean, so one, you've got Seth, who is like, I think 800. Then there was
still didn't feel like enough for Seth. Seth was stupid.
Okay, you're a Geef player, so you would feel that.
I would
you would
say
feel that. That's like I think that was like the modern world's first introduction to a fucking 9-1 matchup. I think was Seth Geef. Shit, fuck, what was I about to say before that? I hated when it was like, are you like, if you're Chun-Li, you're just gonna get less because you're Chun-Li. Like if you're a girl, you're tiny, therefore you get less. And it's like, yeah, but is your kit balanced around having less, or it's just the idea that you're a smaller girl? Because this should.
Is it the vagina tax?
It might be the vagina tax. You know.
Hey, I have really bad news. I actually played a second game and I forgot about it. Oh. I actually need to talk about it because it's really excellent.
Oh shit! Okay, that's.
So Red Candle is the developer that made Detention, and then Devotion, which was the horror game that got fucking hell banned off of forever because of making fun of the China.
Yes,
you remember that?
Devotion. Yes.
Red Candle has put out. By the way, they sent me a code for this. I didn't buy it. They put out 9 Sols. That's 9 the number and SOLS.
Oh, yes.
Is a Metroidvania Sekiro-like.
Yes, in fact.
That fucking rules.
Mm-hmm.
It has really good game feel, good Sekiro style parrying mechanic. Like the primary mechanic is parrying to build up a meter, and then your cash out of that meter is to put like a traditional talisman on someone's face and then pop it and they explode. The plot is incomprehensible.
Okay.
It is very confusing.
This is one of those games that, I basically, from time to time, Slow Beef will just like cold call and just be like, yo, this one. And I'll be like,
yeah.
Okay. and he's been dead on with them so far. So this was one I was like, yeah, okay, immediately add it to cart. Was gonna pop, and in fact, my cart right now, I didn't actually. My cart before starting the podcast is 9 Souls and Crow Country, both sitting there, ready to go.
These are good choices.
So I just didn't.
So I have a baby now, which means the phrase "make good choices" is going to enter into my life very strongly all the time. Wooly, you're making good choices.
Sounded cool from the jump.
So yeah, no, the thing with 9 Souls, the plot is totally incomprehensible, and I don't know if that's because I don't know any of the cultural background that it's using, or that it's actually just like nonsense. But more importantly than that, the setting is Tau Punk, which is super, super, super far off sci-fi, but Asia.
Ooh, Tau Punk sounds awesome.
Yeah, yin and yang and rhizomatic energy and all that shit.
Hell yeah, I like that.
It's really cool.
Okay,
it's just really fucking cool.
I like the word punk being added as a suffix to things I didn't think you could add it to. I guess my brain juices flowing there. Sick. Okay. All right. So yes, let's be efficient about this. State of play dropped, and with that, there was a couple of announcements. Not going to go over.
They announced some Overwatch fucking game that is going to die.
Marvel Rivals looked pretty good, actually.
No, the other one. Name's gone.
All right. Well, here, if you're talking, it started with a C.
Concord. Oh my god. Concord. Yeah, no, that game's dead.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't even throw that up there.
Perfect.
All right.
Move on.
So God of War Ragnarok with Vanilla Valhalla is coming to PC. And nice. I'm guessing every one of these PC releases is going to now be that, like, well, fuck you, PSN.
Yeah.
Bit.
Yeah.
So
that's correct.
That's pretty cemented. Anyways, Battle of Antara. If you wanted some more Elden Ring energy, and you weren't satisfied with Shadow of the Erdtree, here comes something with big Elden Ring energy. And this time you got a kid on your back?
Yeah, it looks cool. I don't know how you're going to fight all these monsters with a baby attached to you, but hey, man.
Didn't, like, Samurai Jack have to do that for a second? Or Raiden? You know, there's
Raiden did it, yeah.
There's some precedence there. That is, that's 2025. I mean, there's a moment. So there's the energy of, like, you know, like Souls like fantasy stuff going down there's an interesting element where, like, the timing of the lag, the hang time the boss spends in the air before it slams down at you is also, like, I'm like, oh, there is a Souls element to the amount of time spent in the air, because that is the Godfrey slam, you know, before he comes down on you.
It's so weird because it didn't used to be like that. Demon Souls enemies just swing at you.
Yeah. But FromSoft then started doing this thing, which is an action gamey thing to do. They implemented a bit more of that. Sekiro did it a bunch too as well, I would say, with the lightning strikes, and a lot of the bosses have their the floating up in your space slashes that you have to dodge from.
I was thinking of Morgott, just like I'm gonna hit you. I'm gonna hit you. I'm gonna put it back down.
And of course, if they're gonna do it, then other people are gonna copy that homework, and there you go. You felt it in that trailer. There's some PSVR stuff. The Alien Rogue Incursion, Behemoth. Sure, not much there.
Yeah, I remember shit from that fucking thing.
Where Winds Meet. Seemed pretty interesting. So it is, boy, is it a good time for, if you want to play samurai action games. There's a lot of samurai ass games coming out or available right now. Where Winds Meet was the one with the yin and yang, and then the umbrella versus the ninja. And
a jank.
Is that more wuxia? Is that was it Chinese? Okay.
This looks China.
Okay.
This looks China.
Yeah. Okay. Excuse me, my mistake. So you've got a little of that. I also couldn't like. Yeah, I was like looking up the developer and I didn't see anything. Like Everstone, I didn't see that they had a particular track record. Path of Exile 2.
We have known, but like, so that's almost been a running joke in my house because Paige got really into Path of Exile 1, but then fell off. And then they announced Path of Exile 2, and she was like, "Oh, I'm really excited for that." And like every 2 months, she's like, "Is Path of Exile 2 out yet?" I'm like, "No, it's 4, 5, 6, 7 more years away."
Okay. And they
announced that so long ago.
And this is one of the ones that does actual couch co-op, like good shit, right? Yeah. So, I did not expect these games to be, or like even Baldur's for that matter, to be like the return of couch co-op. You know,
couch co-op for the style of game that PoE is a cursed acronym. Path of Exile 2 is a big deal because couch co-op for that type of game rules. It's really great.
And but it's just like in my brain from years ago, there's a thing of like, oh, the isometric view mouse game is what killed couch co-op, actually.
Yeah, a little bit.
You know, that's where online mattered.
Just a smidge.
And or single player, you know, fucking playing that shit. Yeah, like I'm like, these games kill playing together.
Yeah, they helped.
So that's quite a surprise. And then, we previously mentioned Astrobot as well. So shout-outs to, I will say that, Astrobot was one of the really great experiences of PSVR beforehand. And this getting a full game is like, yeah, that was really, really cool. It was just a good platformer that felt like you were playing with a toy in a toy box. And here it's getting a full-ass game with a bunch of, basically looks like a Mario adventure, you know, really. I'm as a random Sony, like, IP thing, I'm surprised that they even brought it out this way, but I'm glad that they're like, yeah, that was fun.
I'm also surprised
because it was again the funnest part of the VR, like some of that launch stuff, and I guess other people felt the same way, so it's like, yeah, let's just make it a full thing. It was legit solid. That deserves this game. And then there was Silent Hill 2. So
Silent Hill 2 looks bad.
Okay, so lots of discussion about that. I saw the one thing with like, by making Maria look more normal clothed, you have defeated the purpose of
Maria's supposed to look like a trashy prostitute.
That's the depiction based on his head, and you have kind of taken that away in making her not look like that. I don't know what the fucking Giga Chad meme was about, or why there's a bunch of Giga Chad Silent Hill.
People are generally unhappy with the character redesigns, and so they've decided that they would go with their own character redesigns where they will Giga Chad the characters.
I understand. Okay.
Yeah,
it's a weird one when you look at these remakes, and I'm like, you know, if you ask me in advance, I would say, like, don't change things about, like, the game. Just make it the same thing in almost the same way, but make it look like modern, whatever. Just give it the Shadow of the Colossus, you know. Just, but then you get RE2, which is like, actually, we have a better idea. And we can do better things and improve on it. And you're like, oh, okay, that's cool because someone who gets it is doing this. So it's really a rough toss-up because you never want to say don't change things when you're doing this. Improving things and making it better should be on the table, providing that the person directing it gets it.
So this conversation would be very different if it was easy to acquire a legitimate copy of Silent Hill 2. Be a very different conversation.
Right.
We briefly mentioned it earlier.
Right.
And it's like the feeling of, well, this thing is always going to be around. It's like with Silent Hill 2, like there's no way legally or easily to get a regular version of Silent Hill 2.
Yeah, because I mean, for what it's like, I played Silent Hill 2 the other day, and I played it. You know, like,
So, like, for example,
yeah,
when we're talking about Resident Evil 2 remake or Resident Evil 4 remake, you're like, you know, I really didn't care for what they did for RE4 remake. Well, luckily you can buy RE4 original on every platform that has ever existed. Like, Capcom, like, can't stop you. Whereas Silent Hill 2, like, you have to jump through some hoops. And all I want is an official, like, legally available Silent Hill 2 version that isn't a broken piece of fucking shit. So this game is supposed to be like a replacement for that. And it looks bad. And there is one thing that I saw that was really cool, where when James picks up like a point of interest, he pulls out a physical map and like actually marks it in red. I think that's actually really cute.
So the map is like diegetic. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really nice. I don't like anything that I have seen in every cutscene they've shown. You hear a little bit of Mary's letter reading, and it's not as good, because of course it isn't.
That that from months ago I was saying, like, that's a lose-lose. There's just no way. There's no way.
I have a sneaking suspicion that it will come out and be praised from people who never played the original and it'd be like, wow, this is a solid horror game and good themes and all that. And it will be a bunch of people like you or I going, no, you don't get it. Well, they don't understand.
That praise will go right on the shelf next to their praise of Detroit Become Human, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, that's fine. I think, yeah, like, I guess the part where there's no way to ever recreate like that, that the way that line reading in particular went down is like, that's tall, slim pickings. That's brutal. There's just no way around that for sure. Every time Konami was in that fucking dead space, not dead space. While Konami was just like, we don't make games anymore, we're doing pachinko, fuck you. And you're like, God damn it sucks, because Metal Gear and Castlevania and all these things that are awesome are now trapped and locked behind forever. It's like, oh, they're coming back to games? Fuck. Like,
everyone else is gone.
God damn it. Why, like, I was like, we wanted those cool things again, but I think what we really wanted was for you to give them away to other people.
I was watching that stream.
Good things with them. You know?
I was watching that stream and I was like, it's good that Metal Gear died. And somebody pointed out to me today that they are in fact remaking MGS3 and that I had completely forgotten about that.
Delta, yeah. It's like,
I think watching James do pipe combos on the nurses was when, like, I just went, oh. Right, I mean, because we all know how that worked out in Homecoming.
I mean, to be fair, I would try to figure those pipe combos out.
I know. I was watching that, and I'm like, oh, this is for the people like Wooly who have that sickness. But I had like the whole conversation in my head with myself, playing both parts, and I'm like, I'm watching James do pipe combos and action combat on a nurse, right? And I go, that looks awful and counterintuitive to the themes of the game. And other Pat says, dude, have you played Silent Hill 2 recently? The combat in that game is terrible. It's really weird, and you just bonk people with a stick, and it makes a weird noise. And what do you want them to do if they would remake it? Like, they're not going to keep it that way. To which original Pat says, I don't want them to at all. I don't want them to do anything. I don't have to tell you, like, what I would do to improve it when my stance is stop.
Valid. I, as somebody who yeah, I'm okay with not everything getting adapted to everything else or updated or remade to everything. That's totally fine. In this instance, I feel as if looking back at the entire Konami catalog, the like it's funny because even though PT was like the salt in the wound, like the bad taste that kind of ended out the Kojima's career there, that move was ultimately an example of the only way I think to salvage like things like Castlevania, Metal Gear, and Silent Hill is if someone who has an interesting idea and knows how to tell an interesting story comes along and says, "Hey, I have an idea for this." Like if a Yoko Taro wanders in the door and says he wants to do something with Castlevania or some shit like that, you know, someone coming along and doing something is like the only way you can kind of salvage that at this point, because Konami, again, they're still not really a game company anymore. They're just kind of managing IPs, you know.
Also of note for the Silent Hill transmission itself, it showing off the Silent Hill 2 stuff and then being like, look at all this awful merch you can buy, and like actively like shilling like garbage. Bad impression. Also, of specific note, they're like, you can buy a replica of James's jacket from Silent Hill 2.
Jacket.
And they show off a jacket that is not James's jacket. Because James's jacket doesn't have a fucking checkerboard pattern on the inside. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Iconic. Was there a price on it?
Oh yeah, it's like hundreds of dollars.
Sick. I mean, I guess as long as you're coming in underneath Leon or Dante jacket costs, you're probably a-okay.
It's not, but it's not a replica of the character's jacket. Like I don't know who the fuck is it fucking for. Like I looked at it for 1 second and was like, that's not James's jacket.
Well, maybe it's the new jacket.
Fuck off.
The iconic new. Yeah, dude, you're going to be absolutely yelling at a bunch of kids who this is the definitive only experience they're going to have with this game. And, you know, there's a very conscientious ramp up to have 4 Silent Hill projects coming out, right? There was the small one the other day, the Sudoku one. There was the Japan one.
The Silent Hill F.
Yeah, the Japan one. The
Ascension's still going on.
A Wuthering here, and then this. Yeah, 4. Yeah, so literally 4.
The movie is also Silent Hill 2 and also looks bad, by the way.
Good. Very
so they're
good.
Remaking a game to go alongside a movie that is remaking the game.
Townfall. Yeah, awesome. Glad to have State of Played with everybody.
Yeah, that was miserable.
Okay. Well, Summer Games Fest is coming, but Geoff Keighley says don't expect huge reveals, so don't worry about it too much.
Bloodborne and Silk Song, no.
I mean, at this point, the meme is just like the meme is that it should never come out so that the bit can continue. Really, just what do you even do with yourself if it does? You know, just.
Oh, they did show off a Monster Hunter Wilds trailer, which was good. And of note is weapon switching.
Okay.
Which is a big deal for Monster Hunter.
Oh, 2 classes.
You will be able to at least switch between 2 weapons.
Is there any downside?
And also your little chocobo, whatever the fuck, it can zip in and out, and like you can hop on at will in a fight.
Can you switch at any time?
I think you have to switch on the bird.
Okay, because I'm like, can I fucking whatchamacallit, the flying shit.
Insect glaive?
Can you insect glaive into midair and then switch to?
No, I think you have to be on the bird.
Fucking, greatsword, or, yeah, okay, or like take all your buffs from a charge blade and then that'd be nuts.
No,
okay.
I don't think so. I think it is. You can just change the weapon in the fight.
Okay, good, because that would be crazy.
That would be too much.
The game does not it's not built for that.
No. No.
Okay. So then beyond that, there's a couple little indie things that were shown. Some trailers came out. There's a pretty gorgeous looking indie fighter that I saw a trailer for not too long ago, and I think this has got a demo now called Frostfire. Just really cool hand-drawn 2D shit. Here's a look at the way some of the supers look. Just like you show me a little bit of that, and I'm like, okay, I'm already curious to see what you got going on. Yeah, lovingly detailed sprite work, and everything when the supers pops off is like, it's cutting into like not 2D view anymore, going into like multiple angles of fun stuff. So very sick on that. There is a FPS called Mullet Madjack. Have you seen?
Yeah, Mullet Madjack looks super cool.
You seen this thing? Yeah, that looks really dope.
Yeah, man. What if Hotline Miami was first person?
Inside of a classic anime. Yeah, good shit there. Looks like you're punching shit and meleeing. Like melee first person stuff is rad as shit. That looks super dope. And that, I think it came out, right?
Oh, it's out.
Yeah, it came out this month, or last month rather. Definitely worth checking out there. They didn't announce it at the State of Play, but the PSVR2 is gonna also have an add-on for $60. You can get an adapter that lets you plug it into PC, and that should not cost extra, but I'm guessing the reason why they didn't include this in the announcement is because it's a bit of a like undermining your platform announcement. It's a concession essentially that like, oh, if you wanted to go play Steam VR, I guess you could, instead of having to go buy a Oculus or one of the competitor headsets.
Wouldn't I just get an Index?
Well, the point is to be like, no, you don't have to get multiple headsets. You could get this one, and then it's not going to.
Yeah, no, you would get multiple headsets. No, you get the one headset. You would get the Index.
So it's like if you want to get PSVR 2 access, but then you also want to get Steam VR stuff, then you get this.
Why don't I just wait for the PSVR games to come to Steam like all the other PlayStation games?
Well, what about the PSVR exclusives? Yeah, okay. Well,
those will come to the Steam at some point.
Well,
everyone's coming to Steam.
After no word, we got a new trailer for Metal Slug Tactics, and that is a Metal Slug game that looks like a tactical fucking RPG.
Cool.
And the sprites look correct for Metal Slug, and I was like, when I saw it,
great.
Yeah, and when I saw it, I was like, wait, hold on, is this like it's not like a phone game that was like, because I'm super like I'm currently still fucking seeing flashbacks. I'm like, okay, no, wait, this wasn't the bad one, right? That was the other Metal Slug thing that was a shady. It's like, yes, okay, no, this is just a real tactical RPG.
Oh, that looks great.
Looks super cool. Very, very down. And I mean, way to
that
just
sprite work looks gorgeous.
Way to just preserve that the sprite beauty and like adapt it to an isometric view. You know, it works excellent in a grid form like that.
I love you, Metal Slug. From afar, I don't actually like playing Metal Slug at all, but I love that it exists.
Yes, it's been a couple years of radio silence, and now we're finally getting an update on it. But I just remember, like, I was convoluting it because I remember there was another Metal Slug game that was a like cow clicker game essentially. You know, shit's tight. Check that out, coming this year as well. A remake of Riven coming out this summer, June 25th. Did you ever?
You know what? That is another game that I'm like, I love Riven. I don't want to play it, and I don't want to see other people play it. But I'm glad that it's there.
I've never played Myst or Riven. I've seen them, and it makes sense that like because I'm like okay whenever I thought when you think of those games it was like they looked so amazing at the time because they're pre-rendered 3D in an era when we didn't have the ability to have those environments and now we do so yeah you do imagine you're like oh we should probably be able to walk through those environments the way they looked in CG except in 3D except not actually pre-rendered anymore. It makes sense but I've yeah, I've always heard them as like they're classic beloved puzzle ass games, and I've been curious, but you know, never really kind of pulled the trigger.
Hey man, do you want to feel really stupid? Like the feeling of like, just like I'm like a stupid baby. I'm dumb. Then have I got a game for you? It's called Riven.
Riven, yeah, okay. Now, I was able to get some ways into The Witness, I'll have you know. I did solve some of those little puzzles.
I played some of The Witness.
And I felt pretty smart when I solved them too.
And then I got to a video of some British guy talking about bullshit, and I was like, oh, this game's all the way up its own ass, and then stopped playing.
I also baba'd for a shocking amount of time. I did more Baba than I thought I could. So yeah. Anyway, so that's dope. Pretty much it though. So beyond that, the only other thing I wanted to talk about was that we got a really good look into how Microsoft is reshaping Blizzard Esports.
Oh, did you see that before I sent it to you?
Yes. And
isn't it good?
Stephen Totillo at GameFile sat down and talked to them after the acquisition. So, you know, fun little exchange there.
So I have this in front of me. Would you like to play the part of GameFile?
Sure. So, how has the acquisition impacted what you guys are doing?
Microsoft has been nothing from an esports point of view, but a really supportive and amazing partner in terms of really enabling what is best for the players and the fans.
How did they do that? What'd they do?
It's been only a few short months, but so far they've been a really awesome partner.
You can't tell me anything that Microsoft did to help out specifically?
Like?
I don't know. You just said they helped out. You said they're a good partner. I'm sure something comes to mind.
They have been incredibly supportive on all the different levels.
And this is where I was told I should just ask people to call me the N-word.
Yeah. So I feel so bad for this dude, Miller here, because like he got media trained to not answer any questions a certain way, but like it just completely fell apart right at the end, where the phrase "on all the different levels" is not a thing a human being would ever say to anyone. It doesn't even make any sense grammatically.
I mean, it's hilarious and sad and frustrating and awesome every time someone who's hired to do PR hits that wall and just has no escape and has to become a robot. You know,
and says like a grammatical nonsense.
It's
to somehow hit the talking point.
Infinitely fascinating, man. Just yeah. Like, okay, you can like, if there was a way to even no, because if you were to say like, we can't talk about that at this time, or whatever the case is, then
you mean then that could imply that Microsoft is actually doing something with
right?
esports,
so
and we can't have people expecting something of Microsoft.
See, that's the thing is like when you plead the fifth, you know, essentially, like the problem is that that's not also creating a positive, a happy spin on things. You know, it's just it's not answering, but you need to leave them feeling good about your answer, but you don't want the answer to create the impression that you are thinking about doing things or possibly considering doing things, because that would then set expectations up for failure, and that's bad. So
I'm watching every single Sony event so that I could see Bloodborne. Like, let people be excited for what, like, Microsoft doesn't want to disappoint people by having people get their hopes up for shit they have no idea or have no plans to do. And their response is to actively tell people to not get excited unless they tell them to get excited, which means you're never excited.
I just there's a level of like, hey, you know what though, you sure did hire the right person that probably came from like the fucking White House press corps. You know what I mean? Like, someone
the company line, man.
Just like you ran
very supportive.
You ran that fucking Jedi defense and
extremely
said
very
absolutely
helpful.
Nothing.
How'd they help you? A lot. With what? Everything.
Yeah, I think I've talked before about how the word excited has been destroyed entirely by PR departments. It means nothing.
Yeah.
Anytime,
please be excited.
Yeah, so there's that. There's the funny, like, please look forward to it. That do you have a message for your fans? Yes, please be, etc. But no, even just from like athletes are talking about how they're very excited to do a thing or to get a word. Everyone at all times in any business thing is very excited to do the thing, and it means fucking nothing.
So I feel that's the reason why hype has replaced the word excitement. Because no one is gonna say, I think you should really get hyped.
Well, until you say that now, but
I say it
until the PR departments are just like, we're really hype for our partnership with Blizzard.
Yeah, then you know what? Then you know what we need to do? When hype has been used up by all the fucking PR departments, we need to switch the word to actually be excited into something they're never gonna fucking say out loud.
Oh man.
So like, hey everybody, I'm really ready to jork my peanuts for Bloodborne at the Sony event.
Peanuts.
Because there's no way some fucking suit is gonna say, oh, I hope everyone's ready to jork their peanuts.
Yeah, but then Max has to update his videos to the Jork My Peanuts and Rage compilation.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no, that sucks, man. Max's brand is gonna get fucked over as soon as the PR departments catch on.
By these stupid businessmen.
I really hope they don't catch on. Let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Here's one coming in from some asshole. Hey, yo, Kerbo. Apologize if this has come up in the past, but I'd like to know what it's like when Pat plays a Bethesda RPG with his completionist goblins. Does he melt down the scripting breaks, as he often does, and it becomes impossible to complete a save file? Have you actually done 300 plus quests in Skyrim? What's the limit to this behavior? Is it possible to complete Skyrim?
No. It's actually not possible to complete Skyrim.
You fade off when the interest fades off.
I play it, and if I look at, there's so much that I'm like, oh, is this an interesting quest, or does this pull me? Then I'll go there. And if not, am I passing next to it? Then I'll check it out. It's weird because the completionist, like, I have to do everything, doesn't occur in games where they just dump me into a big open area.
Huh. See, yeah, I do that at all times with anything. But admittedly, when LPing something, I do think about how it's like, I should probably see more of this to make a better LP, because you don't want to miss out on good moments if they're if you did a top to bottom game, but like one of the funniest or best side quest moments was never done. That sucks, so. And here's one coming in from Soggy Snake, who says, Pat, Wooly, what is Mr. Bean? Is he an alien? Is he an asshole? Simply autistic? This has been a subject debated amongst beaners across the globe for decades. They're called beaners, apparently. That's news to me. Okay. The show's opening shows him falling from the sky with a spotlight, which leads some fans to debate that he's an alien or a fallen angel kicked out of heaven. Mr. Bean's cartoon ending insists he's an alien, but many beaners debate the canonicity of the series since it takes so many liberties with bean lore.
He's British.
Right. True. Let's not call them that. That's actually not what we should call them. Well, you got me. I guess.
Hold on a second.
America gets America got me again. In any case, what are your thoughts on the heated debate? I think
he's British.
Mr. Bean, yes, he is.
Yeah, that's it. No notes.
Oh, I see. This is what occurs.
Like, what's wrong with him? He's British.
Huh. Okay. Because I was like imagining like him as a class of okay.
A class of non-human? Yes, that's what I said.
So he all of his stats, he's dumped all of his points into Brit.
Yeah.
And this is what occurs: the slapstick dimension, the mallet space, the hijinks, the luck, the insane
he's
anti-luck.
A Mr. Magoo.
Yeah.
He's that fucking baby from the dog is trying to stop on the construction site. You know, like.
But I actually was thinking Mr. Magoo, but Mr. Magoo does ultimately like go untouched and is fine the entire time, whereas Bean does actively make situations worse.
Oh, much worse.
He is not always immune from consequence.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I can say that. Yeah, he spec'd heavily into Brit as a dump stat.
He's just English.
What?
Oh, but he's so weird. Yeah. That's it.
All right. There you go.
You wanna go for another email? Just lead off.
I mean, no, lest I accidentally grab another fucking slur because again, America got me.
How many can you get by accident?
I prefer inventing my own. Shoutouts to Spagos.
That just hits the ear. Ugh.
Yeah. All right. I mean, there's a not fun one. It's just an update.
I thought you meant like slurs.
No. We got
not a fun one.
No, we got a Viper update. Not much a question. Just remember.
Oh yeah, he's for real criminal now.
Y'all cowards don't even smoke crack. Viper. Well, so yeah, dear mint chocolate chip and strawberry shortcake. One Lee Arthur Carter, aka Viper, was arrested on January 4th, 2024, for aggravated kidnapping and keeping a woman in his garage.
Yeah, that's not good.
Nope. In fact, one might say that those are the actions associated with smoking crack, and perhaps you should be coward and not.
Yeah, it's no longer a funny joke. It's actually very tragic and sad.
You should be a coward and not smoke crack, lest you do that shit. So there goes Viper and all of his fucking insane green screen anime things.
Anime stuff?
Yeah, because he became aware of the fact that people caught on to his album, and so he made a bunch of like shit posty music videos after, and just kept like leaning heavily into it. And I guess that stopped working at some point, and then comes the actual crimes. So
I see.
There's your Viper update, folks. All right.
Well, have a good one, everybody.
Yeah.
Bye.